There better be a lot of content to react to since I was gone yesterday. Surely. You don't. You guess.
Until
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
you actually get your hands on it. Oh, God. I got the chance to play Path of Exile 2 for 8 hours straight. You jealous? And you guys have no idea what's in store for you. What's crazy is that you've seen the trailers, you've seen the...
Why'd they give them 8 hours they haven't, I don't think they're allowed to show anything but like Act 1. How did they get 8 hours and we've only seen Act 1? Maybe Havoc's releases mercenary gameplay. Nope, doesn't look like it. Yeah.
reveals, but you don't know until you actually get your hands on it. Oh, God, is it glorious. We're talking about an Elden Ring Baldur's Gate 3 level step up in a genre that has needed it for far too long. Lord knows we didn't get that from Diablo. What a disappointment that was. Actually, you know what? This channel originally was supposed to be a Diablo channel. Most of my first videos were ARPG driven. I was talking about Last Epoch and Diablo, and if it wasn't for them, thank you, Blizzard.
And he popped off.
You guys jaded me into turning me into the industry commentator that I am today, so I actually kind of owe my career to you for making me so salty. You know, in the very beginning, when you're choosing your character in Path of Exile 2, all of the other characters get hung. They all die. Blech. It's so grotesque. It's so unhinged and depraved. There's so much respect for the audience and our maturity and the game's maturity. This game is unafraid to be itself. It is so authentic. And it's one of the things that I think games over the last few years have been missing. We've had a few, and this is definitely one of them. The game is absolutely incredible. It is a transformative experience. It was a game that I could barely put down. They basically had to drag me out of there to get me to stop playing it, and I can't wait to talk about it with you guys. I want to talk about how it felt, how it looked, and what the future of this game is going to look like, and how big of a deal this game is going to be. You guys, this is going to be a monster. I'm going to start off by saying, while I am an ARPG veteran, I am not an ARPG pro. My first isometric ARPG was Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2, and then Champions of Norath, and then on to Diablo 2 once one of my friends got a crash.
Just got off a car crash scam call. I made it. The second guy asked me if I was injured in the car crash. 45 seconds.
Version for my mom's computer. While I love these sort of games, this genre hasn't changed all that much.
I think the only way you can do that is
we typically see is some
by resetting your atlas,
some additional systems, or some expansions on existing ones. For most players, especially ARPG players, change isn't really necessary. The fact of the matter is, we just want more game to play, more loot, more classes, more skills, more bosses, and more hours to slowly become symbiotic with our computer chair or our couch. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but ARPGs for me are kind of like meditation. While build crafting and comparing items requires you to be conscious, the
Yes, I got
gameplay
the
itself
buff.
doesn't. My brain seems to empty as I click through a level, tapping my same abilities over and over again, slowly disconnecting from reality as my screen is filled with visual effects. However, Path of Exile 2 is one of the first times that I've ever felt fully engaged by a game like this, and it's crazy how
BPL. There's a BPL today? How? I don't know how.
far
They
they've
haven't
taken
said.
things.
I
When I got the chance to sit down and play the game at an underground event in Los Angeles, I played as
Hey,
the
thanks
witch,
for the
monk, and
4-year
spent most of my
Prime
time on the
Totron.
sorceress. From the onset, the character select screen where they all line up to be hung for their crimes, ending all of the characters other than the one that you choose, I screamed, finally, finally, another game that isn't afraid to be insensitive, to shock, or to treat the players like an adult. I can't be the only one that has felt like, outside of a few outliers, more and more games have been trending towards these sort of soft modern themes and art direction. Path of Exile 2 subverts this rule entirely by welcoming you into this desperate, grotesque, and beautiful world. Blood-spattered walls, ritual sacrifice, piles of burning entrails, and
I mean, D4 cinematics are pretty brutal, honestly, actually.
some of the most horrific creatures imaginable. This world intrigues you. It begs to be explored because of how forbidden it feels. Like you're 10 years old and you snuck in to watch a horror movie only to find yourself having nightmares for the next week. Oddly specific, I know, but my dad accidentally swapped my Power Rangers movie for Hellraiser. It's no wonder that I've never gotten a piercing. Everything from the character designs and fidelity to the sound design and environment is a cut above the rest. It's one of the most impressive sequels that I've ever played. I feel like in a lot of cases when it comes to sequels, most developers will just kind of phone it in. They reuse a lot of assets from their previous titles, they make minor improvements, they throw in a new story or a new character, but Path of Exile feels genuinely fresh, like an actual evolution of their original title. Spells and abilities are rendered beautifully. None of it was taking away from the game's performance, no matter how much was going on screen. Enemy attacks are clearly telegraphed and easy to read, no matter what environment you're in. Each zone I played in, whether it was the swamps, the forest, the farm, title. Spells and abilities are rendered beautifully. None of it was taking away from the game's performance, no matter how much was going on.
I don't know about that one. I'm pretty sure even in the reveal they were having some performance problems at some point.
On screen, enemy attacks are clearly telegraphed and easy to read.
Oh, I
no
guess
matter
he's
what
talking about
environment
what he
you're in.
played there.
Each zone I played in, whether it was the swamps, the forest, the farm, the town, or the manor, all of it looked visually distinct and interesting. There was something so intriguing about Path of Exile's art style and their direction in this game and how it's evolved over time. While it definitely borrows from a lot of popular fantasy and cultural history, it takes on a life entirely to itself. And in the case of Path of Exile 2, it tempted me to explore every area fully rather than just push on and grind. You'll hear me reference this
He's
a few
doing
times,
no
but
damage.
this game shares a lot with Elden Ring. Sometimes you just want to walk around and look at the game, look at its environments, and marvel at its architecture. Something altogether foreign in a genre like this. I'm sure some of you guys are going to find this odd, as it's not something that people typically go looking for in a game like this, but I was floored by the game's sound design. I think we've reached an apex where great graphics can't really impress you all that much anymore, and developers need to find other ways to
I don't know, the graphics of this game kind of
intrigue
impressive.
Players, and Path of Exile 2 does just that. The combination of the character abilities with the sound design engaged me far more than games normally do. The crack of a lightning spell, the swing of an enemy's giant axe slamming into the ground, the crunch of killing an enemy. There is this oppressive weight to all of it, and it makes the game feel real. You feel that impact. You feel the power of your abilities and that of your enemies, and there's a certain weight to all of that, and it just adds to the experience of playing this game. It makes it feel almost tangible at times. The music in the game is absolutely fantastic as well. They do such a good job of creating this.
I feel like I feel like that's just the mental block. Like, this game's gonna be just as hard to get into as PoE 1 is. I don't care what anybody says. Removing things like little mechanics like masteries and whatever, I mean, it's like, it's still the same game.
Atmosphere. That's the only words that I could really apply to it. Whether you're walking in an open field or you're in the forest or walking through the halls of a building, you feel this building tension at all times, and the boss fight music is even better. It really makes it for an epic experience more than anything else. The game feels haunting at times.
Like, I mean, I feel like most major mechanics from PoE 1 are like still in the game.
I love it. You know, I'm not somebody that normally gets caught up in things like sound design or the visuals of games, but I sit back and I'm looking at this game and how much quality it offers, and it's not even finished yet, and thinking to myself, this game is going to be free at one point. People are going to be able to play this for free. There are fully priced titles that don't deliver this kind of quality. And we're talking like the vast majority of fully priced titles don't deliver this kind of quality.
Yeah.
I'm almost jealous of the
be
people
a long week.
that get to play this once
7 days
it's fully
exactly
finished and it's their first time playing it, because it's going to be insane. I don't want to spoil anything for the narrative or anything like that. I think they've done a fantastic job with this, much better than they did with the first Path of Exile.
It's gonna be a long week.
I've talked to a couple people. They said that, you know, the first game's story was just kind of something thrown together, a vehicle just to get people through the game more than anything else and get them to the end game. But you can feel that they really tried to work hard on this, really tried to flesh out the narrative, the world design, all that kind of stuff. And it comes together in a way that's like truly holistic. It really feels well fit together. The voice acting is superb. Absolutely superb. I think that what's really unique about this experience with Path of Exile is that you're going to have people that will come to play this just for the story. And that's fine. And I think that's great to be able to make a game that will do that, because ultimately you're just going to continue to bring people back, because eventually they will expand on some of that content later on down the road. And that's the way to get a lot of people through the door, at least at, you know, at the start of things. We've seen that with Diablo 4. There was a lot of people that really liked Diablo 4 just for its story, and then they ended up sticking around and playing it longer than that. I think the same thing's going to end up happening to this game. But I wasn't expecting this to be as immersive as an experience as it actually is, and it's just because of how much work that has gone into really fleshing out this world and bringing up all of these other aspects of the game that, in a lot of cases in this genre, kind of goes by the wayside. People don't really pay attention to that because all the players can think about is, well, you know, playing the end game, and obviously we're going to be getting to some of that stuff as well. But man, I'm going to be honest with you guys, it's actually kind of hard to describe what the experience is because it's just that great. But it gets even better. Isometric ARPGs are more known for being click-to-win games rather than anything else. While build crafting and randomized loot drive the experience, the combat has always been more of a vehicle that gets you into these game systems rather than the reason why you actually play these games. It's one of the things that I think that this genre has failed to evolve over the years. It's 10 years between Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, and the combat still hasn't changed that much. Even Path of Exile and Last Epoch don't really feel all that much different than a standard ARPG experience. However, Path of Exile 2 is the first real evolution in the genre, and I think it's going to make a huge impact on how this game is going to be received and how many people it's going to bring into its audience. Now, I mentioned this in my interview with the game's technical director, Jonathan Rogers, but every single fight,
more nodes got revealed on Merc, right?
Every pack of enemies, every boss feels like a meaningful experience. I jokingly said that Path of Exile 2 doesn't feel like a second monitor game anymore, but I really meant it. I was fully engaged in every conflict. Enemies hit harder than they normally do, and they have...
Yeah, I hope once you get the maps, or like comfortably in the maps, I hope you can like still brain off it a bit.
Are more complex mechanics and abilities than they normally would in a game like this. You couple this with the game's dodge mechanic and its movement abilities that are actually...
Why are you guys act surprised at that? I bet most people play PoE 1
abilities,
while
and
also
you have
doing
an experience
something
where you are actively dodging, strategizing, and engaging with enemies rather than simply kiting them around. Boss fights are insanely well delivered, with many of the mini-bosses even having second phases, switching up their attack patterns and throwing unique combinations of attacks just to keep you on your toes. I struggled for a while at the final boss of the first act because I wasn't prepared for an actual boss fight, something more similar to an MMO than an isometric ARPG. Not only did I have to dodge their telegraphed attacks, but at one point, the boss would hide itself in a snowblind, and the only way for me to know when they were going to attack next was to listen to their call out and their voice lines. I had to wait until they stopped talking.
Yeah,
This sort of
multiple
design had me actively
cosplays.
engaged while I was playing the game, and it had me floored, honestly. Half of the time, I was dying out of sheer shock and joy, struggling to believe what I was seeing and loving every second of it.
Multiple.
But I think what sets Path of Exile 2 apart from any other ARPG, and in a lot of cases, just a lot of games in general, is its use of spell and ability interactivity. Throw up an ice wall and then throw another attack to shatter that ice wall and send those shards forward. Cast a ring of fire around yourself and send out bolts of electricity to combine it with the fire damage and deal
Yeah, it
increased
seems
damage
that
to
way.
enemies.
Thanks for
Path of
the
Exile
8-year
2 had
resub
skill gems that
review.
could trigger other skills, but we now have abilities that react to one another in gameplay, creating an infinite amount of possibilities. You have AoE attacks on the witch that will actually cause your summons to deal more damage or explode them for extra damage. You have combo abilities on the monk that will transform the attack of another skill. There is so much to play around with here, and you're constantly thinking about what kind of crazy combinations of abilities that you can come up with, and it just makes you want to play the game more. Player agency is something that I think is sorely lacking in games today. I think it's one of the reasons why we saw games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring reach such incredible heights. It's because players want to feel like their character is their own, that their playthrough is their own, and when you combine with how engaging the combat is, with the increased movement and the skill expression, players are going to latch onto this in a way that I don't think that they were expecting to. I mean, the distinct nature of the classes alone are going to knock players on the floor. While I only had the time to play as a few characters, I was shocked with how differently each class played. In a lot of games, a ranger is effectively a physical damage mage. Many abilities even share the same function or...
What? Wait, what did you just say?
Is effectively a physical damage to knock players on the floor. While I only had the time to play as a few characters, I was shocked with how differently each class played. In a lot of games, a ranger is effectively a physical damage mage. Many abilities even share the same function or look, but in Path of Exile 2, I'm flipping in the air, I'm dodging around,
is it
I'm
a
slowing
mage?
down
It's a
enemies and
ranger.
trying to create distance. With the sorceress, I'm tactically trying to place my spells so I can combo them together for extra damage.
But the last
With the
4
monk, I'm waiting
classes
until
could
enemies
be?
get to low health. I'm finishing them off to get a
I mean, we already know all the classes. They're just not all released in early access.
combo charge and then use that to power up another ability and take out a group of
Don't
enemies.
we?
Path of Exile 2 feels like the breath of fresh air that the ARPG genre has been gasping for. A game that redefines what it means to engage.
Dude, I want... Or do you mean ascendancies? Because ascendancies we don't know, but there's a lot more than 4 missing.
Engage with combat, build variety, and
There's
player
like...
agency. It's not just the continuation of Path of Exile, it's
there
a
is
transformation,
42
a step
ascendancies
forward
missing.
that challenges the stagnant design
Not
philosophies
4.
that we've come to expect from this genre. Every moment feels deliberate, from the unique playstyles of the classes
That's
to the
fucking
intricate
crazy. Wait,
interplay
I
of
think
the
my math was wrong. Okay, never mind. There's like
spells
22
and abilities,
ascendancies
and the
missing.
sheer thrill of combat itself. This game asks for your full attention, rewards creativity, and respects your time and skill. If this is where the future of ARPGs is heading, then it's about time that we left the old paradigms
Templar
behind
what?
and embraced something new.
Druid.
Path of Exile 2 doesn't just promise an evolution, it delivers one. And honestly,
By
I can't wait to see how it changes
2027?
everything. I'm getting the
Yeah.
exact same vibes that I got when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 in early access. This overwhelming frustration that I know about something and I've been playing something and everybody else has no idea how great it is. And all I want to do is just tell them. I want to shake them and wake them up and say, this is going to be the best thing ever, because I really do think this is going to be one of the best things ever. They took quite literally.
You know, something I'm curious about is, when is D5 gonna be released? Because they said they want to do it much earlier than the D3 to D4 gap is. So what if we have D5 in like 2026?
Literally every single aspect of their previous game and improved upon it in a meaningful way. And then on top of that, they didn't sacrifice.
When do I decide
any
my
of the
card? I don't know, probably never. I've had one sitting for PoE 1 for years. I'm too lazy to make it.
And any of the quality that they had before. All of the things that this franchise is known and loved for are still here. Everything is still here. It's just better, or it's easier to engage with. You feel the respect and attention to detail throughout the entire game. It's remarkable what they have done with this game. And I think it really does come back to this idea that Jonathan Rogers brought up in my interview with him. And it's just that they made the game that they want to play, and they just hope that other people share their taste. And for me, it feels like a game that was made for me. This game feels like
you go back and forth with
little kid
ton for designing
LD
things.
was thinking games would look like when he grew up. This is the game when I was sitting around slamming, flaming hot Cheetos, jamming out to Iron Maiden, and playing Champions of Norath. This is the game that I thought would come out, and it's coming, and it's great. What's crazy about all of this is that it's not even done. We're talking about a game that's going to be in early access. Only half of the campaign, only half of the characters, and who knows whatever else they want to go ahead and throw into the game. We're not even talking about the seasons that are going to come then after. There is such a bright future for this game, and I want to talk about it. In early access,
you've never watched Rob talk about V4? I mean, at least the PoE glazing is accurate.
A staggering 25 hours of story content with a complete endgame experience, including
at least PoE deserves the glazing.
7 endgame systems for progression, as well as character ascendancy, which unlocks class-specific subclasses. We don't have full-price titles that launch with this level of content, and players get to play all of this in early access. Once this game is fully released, it's going to be a behemoth that will only continue to grow in content. And what I love the most about all of this is the ability to get in on the ground floor. I can't be the only one that avoided Path of Exile at times because the game just got away from me. The more content was added, more league mechanics were introduced.
Although I really hope that, like with PoE 2, if it's going to be more popular, I hope a lot of the content creators who are like, I don't know. I don't like the feeling of all the content for a game being feeling like corporatized, you know? You know, like it feels like you're watching a video from from Corpa or something, you know what I mean? I hope that's not flooded into the PoE 2 community. I mean, it will be at the start, but I'm hoping it tapers down.
I just felt like the game had too.
I like that it feels like the PoE community, you know, watching all the videos and stuff. It feels like it's part of the community, right? It doesn't feel like some corpo content.
Too much to learn. The game had gotten too far away from me, and I didn't have the time to learn it. Path of Exile 2 marks a fresh start and an open door for new players to come in at a somewhat even ground level with veteran players. And I think that that's going to have a massive impact on this game's success. For the unanointed who haven't played Path of Exile 1, I'll break down what exactly is going to be delivered and why it's such a big deal. At the preview event that I attended, they had mentioned that they had came to the realization that having players test the endgame and grow the endgame before the game's release was the most important thing to do, and it was also the easiest thing for them to do, which makes a lot of sense. They've been making seasonal content for a few years now, so
people who complain about
that kind of content and growing the endgame is
just
really
don't
pretty easy for them. On top of that, this is
they're
what
looking
many
for
of
an
the players
excuse as
come
to why
play
they like
their
the game because
for.
they just can't
This is
say
what
they don't like the
majority
game.
of the concurrent audience is going to be consuming. So it's incredibly important that this part of the end game and this part of the game is fleshed out and ready for launch. Now, that's not to say that the campaign or story is phoned in or anything. It's incredible. It's obvious that they put a lot of care and effort into this game's
PoE Mobile was put on hold when PoE 2 started to fall behind. They basically threw everything on PoE 2.
Campaign, and I think people are going to be shocked by how great it is. However, people come to these games for their end game, and it needs to be meaty enough.
Thanks for a 38-year resub.
It's funny that a Diablo-like game understands this better than Diablo itself. With that said, in Path of Exile, players get to create their own endgame experience. You don't have to engage with all of the mechanics in Path of Exile, and I'll be honest with you, it's not recommended to do so in the first place. Find the ones that you enjoy, learn everything about them, and then farm out the unique rewards and grow your character's power and continue forward. Now, only for early access, because we don't have the other 3 acts of the campaign, players will run through the campaign a second time on a higher difficulty.
Yeah, but GGG will redraw it anyway.
Once the game is fully released. Once you've reached the end game, you'll get access to the Atlas map, this huge map with its own skill tree that accompanies it, And you get to cultivate
A
your
chance
own
I won't ever
endgame
play PoE1
experience
again?
through these systems.
0%
This is going to be
chance.
huge for new players because the original game had such a massive backlog of content that it was hard to know where to start.
0% chance I never played again.
Endgame activities, that's already enough. But this is going to be something where players are going to be able to test.
I gotta look at the comments on the video where I just said it's a good thing that they're making it. If you die, you lose the map.
Find what they like and move forward with whatever they want to play for their endgame. While 7 endgame systems sounds like a staggering amount for most games, it's a drop in the bucket
still
for
being
Path of
developed.
Exile, and I think this more condensed early access experience.
The only way I see PoE1 being cut is if everybody just plays PoE2. Like, I think it's actually going to be hard to go back to PoE1 because PoE2 feels so much more modern, but we'll see what the player base ends up being. I don't think so, because I'm like, PoE2 players are not PoE1 players. They're like, the games are opposite of each other. PoE1 and 2 are like opposites.
Is going to lead to far more new player retention than the studio likely expects. What's crazy about all of this is that Path of Exile's early access is $30 USD, and it doesn't feel like an early access game. It feels like a complete, polished experience with staggering depth. From the 3 acts of the campaign, which alone provide 25 hours of story content, to the 7 distinct endgame systems, it's a package that rivals, if not surpasses, many full-price titles. And of course, Grinding Gear Games does the most consumer-friendly thing possible by making sure that those supporter packs also give you $30 of in-game currency. Enough for you to use to buy some cosmetics and maybe even some stash tabs. It's a transparent and fair way to support the game while also getting yourself set up with some customization to my audience, but instead, I was just enjoying myself.
Yeah, I don't know, I like basically, I mean, before the PoE2 reveal, before they actually revealed it, the overwhelming consensus from a lot of people were that it looks too slow or whatever. It's too ruthless compared to PoE1. I think they're just blinded by the hype right now, and they're gonna get it in, and they realize they don't like it. I think it'll have mainly two separate player bases. People just get sucked into the hype. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people just want to blast and not think at all, right? PoE2 is fixing the non-thinking stuff. Speaking of, I mean, you can blast, but not like PoE1 blasting. Nothing even close to PoE1 blasting. There is no way you're able to do something like this in PoE2. And this is what a lot of people are looking for. Like 0% chance anything like this exists. It's gonna be like a normal speed. No, I wonder what the I don't know, what is PoE Steam charts now that people are thinking about PoE2? Looks pretty normal. Why I would say that? Because that's the flicker strike is definitely not going to be something you can just hold right click on. Trust me. I know what you're talking about, and that was like a burst combo or something. There's a reason why they didn't show it going constantly, because you can't.
All kinds of the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier, which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face.
There's not really a difference.
To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and
me
your party
see.
to travel
Where
to the
was
area
the-
you have selected. All the areas give you click,
Where's the monk thing?
but instruct each to access their domain still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will
Another
give
video?
you more.
I'm pretty sure it's in here. Yeah, let's do it. Maybe they probably have it in one of these videos. Okay, don't blur out the video. Come on, I'm just looking for the zoom thing. Come on. Where's the zoom? Wait, how the fuck? This is from 2 months ago. Theorycraft 2 months ago. But what the fuck? We didn't even have ascendancies that back then.
Rewards. Breach. By rarely,
fire. You don't have to worry
Where
about
is
rewards
it?
of the characters that will be available can dodge the attack. Now, if you like a style to dash to the, I don't think you have to stick to just.
I don't think they showed it this early. This was
dashes
just
them.
like showing.
If an enemy is
styles.
close to being stunned, you can use staggering palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Where is it?
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower, but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big, chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slam you can take is weak.
There it is. Oh yeah.
you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
Yeah, you see that?
Should you be fast enough?
Okay. So it consumes power charges. I highly doubt there's a way to like have infinite power charges like in PoE1.
You will be able to click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct.
Oh yeah,
from the
that's the one I was looking for.
to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from
Look, he uses Flicker Strike, and all of his power charges are gone. And with something like Killing Palm for generating power charges, there's no way. It prevents you from gaining charges while you use it to according to
locations in the campaign.
Yeah.
And we have dialed the randomization
You're not playing a full Flicker Strike
up to
build.
11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the
I will
combination of them can lead to some
be
very
very
interesting
surprised
combat
if you can.
situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which
that
combinations
monk?
you face, you
That little monk
click
snippet though
Traverse.
looks really sick.
Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in
I think Monk and Merc have had the best gameplay they've shown.
the endgame feel distinct.
It
from
just
the
looks so sick,
locations
dude. You
in
got like a laser double spear thing.
the campaign.
Quarterstaff, I guess, but it looks like almost like the Darth Maul lightsaber in a
We
way.
have dialed the randomization up to 11.
And then every
The
time you
monster
hit,
packs
just
you
shit
will
flies
face in
out.
Each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400
Dude, I want to play everything.
monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique
I don't know, like, that was the LA presentation thing. Yeah, I saw that.
enemies in it.
I feel like I feel like they showed way cooler builds for Monk and like Merc than any other build like this one they're just sitting there casting fireballs. Meanwhile, Monk and Merc are like fucking blasting.
And you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can
Thanks to the 5-year Prime beat stick.
no longer be run.
What do those count as
You will
allies?
have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also
I don't
all
think
kinds
so.
of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient,
actually,
corrupted monuments that irradiate the monsters around them.
There
The
was
monsters
one
that
witch
feed
thing
off
they
the
showed
corruption
that
are
looked
drawn
pretty
to their
sick.
power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff.
This witch
Right,
thing
as
looked
you
pretty
rain
sick.
down elemental storms on your automatics. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
Oh, that wasn't the one.
Now,
But it was similar. Maybe it's in this video. Oh, you know the one. If you die, you lose the map, doesn't mean it stops dropping. It's locked out entirely, or you just need another drop. Yeah, it doesn't work like PoE 1. Not every node is the same map. The Atlas infinitely scrolls and you have different maps on it. You fail, you can't do that map.
one here that is, from PoE 1, maximum life becomes 1, but you're immune to chaos damage. Since chaos damage does double damage to energy shield, this is something that you might want to use. Once you've got that, you don't have to.
I don't know. Time freeze can't be used on a lot of bosses. Doesn't seem that great. Unless you can scale it somehow.
Worry about chaos damage anymore. You just need to build for energy shield and not life. Or another example of one.
Yeah, you can soft lock it if you fail your first 4 maps, but then you just reset it.
Life, but you have 50% less mana recovery rate. If you're going to build for this, it means you don't have to worry about life once again, but you will have to build a huge amount of mana pool in order to sustain that. So these are the kind of things that you can pick from keystones that, as I said, have upsides and downsides and interesting trade-offs. Now, there is one other mechanic as well that I want to quickly talk about.
I did not ask for an interview.
Just have a look. Octavian was manually switching between, if you go back to the character and see, so Octavian was manually switching between one-hand and two-handed weapon sets. He was just pushing X to do that. When he's using both sets, there are things on the passive tree that you might want to be able to use.
Yeah, dude, I could be the diversity hire. Come on, Starforge. Diversity hire me.
One or the other.
Give
so
PC.
Another unique feature for PoE 2 on the passive tree is the ability to split passives in two in order to allocate one for one set and another set for the other. So if we allocate ones in red here, these passives...
Also, I think all my PC stuff's actually going to be here by tomorrow. Stuff came early. Oh shit, actually my CPU's on my front door right now.
Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same player level, we've had to add a second difficulty called cruel.
Burb, you can watch this while I'm getting that.
As it gets revealed.
Looks like he did it.
Back.
Alright, so now if we keep going here, we're gonna get to the boss.
Maybe TI with Ryzen. Yeah, you'd probably be fine. Nice. Should have all my major PC parts by the end of the day. Dude, Newegg sent me 2 PC cases instead of 1. So I have to send one back. No, not for free. They charged me twice for it because remember I said I ordered the well, I think I said it in Discord. When I ordered all my stuff off Newegg, it I got like a fraud charge, but Newegg's I got a fraud charge or like a fraud warning from my bank, but my bank said they didn't charge it, and then Newegg said it was fine, even though it wasn't, I guess. So then it charged me twice and gave me 2 cases. I don't know. I don't know, send it back. No, I didn't get a 9800. I got a 7800. No, 9800 don't exist. Well, I think I did 2 separate orders. Or it's from like different vendors on the site or something. I don't know. Fractal Torrent. It said I had till like January 31st, so that's plenty of time for Amador to do it for me. You could probably play on Steam Deck. I don't know about great frames, but I don't know. Hopefully they let the settings turn your game into a potato. It might be tomorrow if I have all the stuff. Yeah, it's the Breach boss. I've learned nothing. Let's look at, okay, this video I said it was good that if you die in a map, you lose it. I wonder if people are mad. These people don't seem to be mad. You do need a good build in softcores. Is that your definition of what a good build is very different because you're a regular HC player? Yeah, my definition of a good build is that it's actually good. I think I'm gonna go. I start hardcore and then when I die, I'll just stay in softcore because it's not like a league, right? So there's no league, so you're just gonna die from hardcore and go to regular standard softcore. But what I'm gonna do is kill myself before I get to maps because I don't want my atlas to reset. So, you know, just kill myself for name and lights and then go to softcore before I go to maps. I mean, I'll probably die before then. I'd be very surprised if I don't die all the way to maps. Lose your stash? Yeah, but you can bring your stash over, just kill another character. Talk about hardcore being an option you don't think it should be. What? You could go hardcore in the playtest things. Yeah, you can use all skills and all classes, but they're trying to streamline it a little bit more than PoE 1. I think what could be a good idea is, I think this is what they should do. I mean, I like the idea if you just lose the boss if you die, but I think what they should do, at least early, till people get used to the game, I mean, maybe forever. I think if you just die, you just lose your loot, but you can still practice against the boss. I think that's what they should do. You mean the Scepter teaser with the crit stuff from the other day? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's what they should do, is just make you lose the loot so you can actually practice the boss. I actually think it's kind of stupid to do lockouts in a game that is literally built from the ground up to experiment with your character. It only incentivizes playing the top 3 builds in the league and encourages nerds to scream, ha, get good, rather than building unique and fun characters in a game about building your character up. Or what about the crazy idea of you build your character up and make your character better? That's a crazy idea. Yeah, dude. Carries are gonna be so much money. I wonder how that's gonna work. I wonder if they'll let someone like go into your map and then you can just come after they kill like 90%. Where YouTube stream? On my YouTube channel. Yeah, this sucks. Stop pushing hardcore shit on softcore people. At least give us the 6 portals if we failed them all and we failed the map, but 1 try per map is cringe. No, I don't think there's any new info yet today. There's gotta be. They gotta do some teaser. It's Friday, right? It's gotta be some teaser. Well, it's Saturday there, but they can schedule it for Friday, you know? Friday here. Such an awful change. Why implement HC mechanics into softcore? It's ridiculous. Anyways, easiest skip in my life. But it's not even hardcore mechanics in PoE1. If you die in a map, you don't even lose the map. You can go on your other character and finish the map. It's not even a hardcore mechanic. Skill issue, thumbs up. I'm reading them because they're funny. What is this? But I don't know. I think it would be good for the game if you don't just get kicked out of the boss. I think they should make it so if you die, you just don't get any loot for the rest of the map. Well, I guess map it doesn't matter because what are you learning by doing a map? But I feel like for bosses, you should be able to go back in and you just get no loot. I think that would be better. Yeah, I mean, it depends how often you're gonna get this on the map, right? If you can farm it out pretty quick, then it's like it's pretty whatever. I'm gonna start hardcore and then kill myself before I get to maps, or just die regularly before I get to maps, which is probably the more likely scenario. I stay in softcore. I think there's with it being kind of like medium core, I think there's zero reason to start hardcore. I think it's bad in every regard. I think there's zero reason to do it. Other than, yeah, no, I just think there's zero reason to do it. No, I'm gonna go trade. I'm gonna go softcore and push the game to limit, and then once the servers and stuff and maybe some bugs are fixed, then back to hardcore. But with it being like medium core-ish, that's good enough for me for launch while it gets ironed out. All right, what do we got here? I mean, it's like you're actually gonna have to have a good build in softcore and stuff, so. New gameplay demo, 30-minute 4K. Why does this not 4K?
People for no
That is not. I'm pretty. This is just worse. He just re-uploaded it and made it worse quality than what it is. Holy shit, 72K views, dude. It's just that easy. You reload it, you re-upload the video, and then you say 4K, even though the quality got worse. You get 72K views. It's GG. This could ruin. Do you think he's talking about losing?
It's a 1 minute video.
Whoa, why is it?
It looks like MP. The angle that you're supposed to go. So if like this is the map, will that end with nothing?
This is a highlight
Pretty
video.
sure, just like in LE, I guess even in Diablo 4, like
advanced layered gauntlet.
A highlight video of React.
Hey guys,
Does he have access to all the nodes?
liver in terms of both.
That is not Chronoman. Oh, come on. It doesn't even have, it only has the 3 of the nodes. Farm this.
Yo, guys.
Oh, this guy. This guy's always hated like the big PoE guys. I think there is some beef between him and Zizarin. like a year ago or something. I don't know. He's always hated the big dogs.
GGZ here. Thought I'd chat about PoE 2. Obviously, I'm excited about PoE 2. It's been a mainstay on my channel for a long time. And I'm kind of maybe a bit of a different channel. What I typically do is I just stream a bit of the league, play the league, and then midway into the league, I might give you an update of how my build's gone and how I progressed it, and I might do a few guides. Some did really well, some not so well. You know, I just like to have a chat, really. I'm not a specific PoE YouTuber. However, one thing that has been cropping up is obviously there's an insane amount of hype for the game. Obviously, I'm looking forward to the game as well. However, there's this weird notion that starts to sort of crop up when a game gets popular, and there's a potential for a dislodgement, shall we say, of your own content creation, bank account, whatever it may be. Because obviously, when a new game comes out, you kind of start from a level playing field, whereas previously, you've got a massive advantage if you know the game well. So, for example, I can very casually whip up a PoE guide and chat about my experiences of the league and how to do all the challenges without really too much effort because I just have that base knowledge of years of PoE. However, what seems to be happening now is, I don't know if people are scared of something, or maybe they're a little bit worried that their nest egg might be infiltrated by people that are coming into the game. But I'm seeing posts like this, and this isn't to specifically call out people. These are just some examples.
I don't think anybody's seriously scared about... I don't think any PoE creator is scared about more people coming in. That, like, you're just gonna go up. There's no way somebody loses audience. That doesn't really happen.
That I pulled up in 2 seconds.
But I mean, I talked about this like 10 minutes ago, but what I am scared of is being that PoE community is infiltrated by like people who approach it like Corpa. I don't want the community to be enshittified by Corpa people, you know? You know, like when you click on a PoE guide video, it's like it doesn't feel like you're getting peddled something. I mean, some people you do, but you know, like you watch a Ziz video or something, like you know these people actually like the game and they're like part of the community, as opposed to people like being fake and it's like you're watching a Corpa video trying to sell you on it or something.
Someone called Gazzy, the swarm of content creators making guides and
you know, just the feels like you're in a community.
Tier lists already for clicks and views is insane. It's insane that it works to begin with. Well, it's not actually insane, because for any game ever, and to be honest, for a long, long time now, any piece of content ever, if you get in there early, that's the most important thing. It's a reason why getting a key from a developer is so important, and it's a reason why channels such as, say, Worth a Buy, that do really, really accurate, honest reviews, they wait to buy a key themselves because the developers won't give them the keys because they're worried. They play through the game themselves. Just say Worth a Buy, that do really, really accurate, honest reviews, they wait to buy a key themselves because the developers won't give them the keys because they're worried.
Where'd you say it?
Well, it's not actually insane, because for any game ever, and to be honest, for a long, long time now, any piece of content ever, if you get in there early, that's the most important thing. It's a reason why getting a key from a developer is so important, and it's a reason.
I have refused every email from early keys from devs I've ever gotten.
Reason why channels such as, say, Worth a Buy, that do really, really accurate, honest reviews, they wait to buy a key themselves because the developers won't give them the keys because they're worried. They play through the game themselves and then they give an accurate review. They will never get as many views as a big content creator that gets the key early and just plays through it and has a mindless chat, because people are foaming at the mouth for information because they're excited.
Yeah, but wait, this has nothing to do with anything. GGG doesn't do that because they're a good company and not shit like the other ones.
And it's just what happens. So it's not insane. It's just part of the game of content creation. Some of us have had more time to play than most, and not a single one of us are diving into this. Well, there's two ways to look at this. If you have had the most time to play the game and are not diving into it, and your job is a content creator, then maybe you're not doing it properly. Maybe you're doing a disservice. You know, I play Gears of War. That was my game. If I'd have got my hands on Gears of War early, I'd have tried to explain everything that I could see early on. I might not have got everything right. I might not be totally accurate, but trying to get the information out there first often is important to not just you and your bank account, but your audience. They want to know. You know, so they're basically trying to now pitch this holier than thou attitude of, oh, well, I'm not clickbaiting, so I'm better than everybody. It is an extremely, it's an extremely and disgusting and sad to see. Not sure what, I think he means it's like an extremely disgusting sight and sad to see. These content creators look bad doing it, and it's harmful to the audience. Well, the
Where did you say some guy named Gazzy? I missed it.
Is, like I said, right, because I imagine you've never made a PoE video without knowing 100% on anything. I mean, if we were to go on these people's channels, right, and we're to look, now, do we know deck might be infiltrated by people that are coming into the game? But I'm seeing posts like this, and this isn't to specifically call out people. These are just some examples that I pulled up in 2 seconds. Gazzy, someone called Gazzy, the swarm of content creators making guides and tier lists already for clicks in audience. They want to,
I don't think
you know,
I don't think you said it the way you guys are thinking.
you know, so
I don't know.
they're basically trying to now pitch this holier than thou attitude of, oh well, I'm not clickbaiting, so I'm better than everybody. It is an extremely and disgusting and sad to see. Not sure what I think he means. It's like an extremely disgusting sight and sad to see. These content creators look bad doing it, and it's harmful to the audience. Well, the reality is, like I said, right, because I imagine you've never made a PoE video without knowing 100% on anything. I mean, if we were to go on these people's channels, right, and we were to look, now, do we know everything about the game, right? This is what I'm trying to say. Do we know everything about the game? Is that what we're saying? We're now saying, listen, if you don't know anything about the game, don't make content. Why? Because they might pinch some of your market share or something? Is that what it's about? Because I don't see a reason why it's bad that somebody's making a video on a game. All right, maybe they've not got everything spot on, but let's be honest, we all know that. We all know that things are subject to change. I mean, you could argue, let's say, for example, most popular video, my strongest League starter ever. Now, when we talk about League starter videos, we could say something like, well, you actually, following this logic, you actually shouldn't ever make a League starter video because we don't know how all of the League mechanics are going to function together. So we don't know what
is
going to be the best League starter, so let's not make a video. Like, sometimes you have to put your neck out on the line, and sometimes if you've got some information and you're a YouTuber, you want to show it off. I mean, if I go to PoE 2, right, yeah, I'm sure there are tons and tons and tons of videos of people that have maybe never had a chance to play the game and get in early, and now they're doing it. Now, maybe this guy here, Wild Gamer SK, right, maybe he's never
Hey, that's the guy who just re-uploaded the video with worse quality and slapped 4K on it and got 200k views.
PoE 1, and he got access to PoE 2 and he's excited and he plays the demo and people ask him his opinions and he gives a bad opinion. Maybe he says, oh yeah, I think that minions are really weak. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't give that opinion because we haven't played the full game, but that's what content creation is, right? It's giving out information as you find it. Now, personally, I don't watch all of this stuff. I might have a click through occasionally, but I try not to watch all of this stuff because, well, I like to go into the game blind and figure it out myself, but many people that have less time and are more limited will want to do something that works. So then when we have like tweets like this that say,
yeah,
I'm
I gotta watch the
simultaneously
toxic
dreading and
optimality
excited for watching the incoming massive tsunami of dog shit on YouTube content for PoE 2 from people who have zero idea
Oh
what
shit,
they're
it's me. Hell yeah.
talking about. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to shit talk these people. I actually watch DS Lily and I have no problem with these people, but it's the sentiment that I don't really understand. I don't like new players having their experience ruined and quitting because they listen to something dumb. I get it, but we don't live in a perfect world. Not every single guide is going to be perfect.
Yeah, but what? That's not the point.
And unfortunately, you can't say to somebody, stop making PoE 2 guides, you're bad at them.
I didn't say that though. I said I can't wait to see them all. I can't wait to see all the dog shit that happens. You know what's funny about some of these posts I made? When I've been talking, or I had some posts that's about making content, like whatever, like calling out people who do this content. I never say that they can't do the content. I've never said that in any of these posts, right? Ironic, and then people call me gatekeeping, and then they tell me I can't make this I can't make content to warn new players. Isn't that ironic? I'm not gatekeeping, I'm just warning people not to fuck up their start. And then they gatekeep me. They gatekeep me from saving new players' experience. Does that make any sense?
The audience will decide. That's kind of how it works, right? You make a guide. Maybe somebody does get suckered into it. They play it. They don't like it.
What's wrong with the guide that says don't follow this guide if it's bad?
They downvote it. Eventually, that channel doesn't do very well. That's kind of how it works. But
that's not how it works.
Look, we can't start saying to people,
that is not how it works.
Don't make PoE 2 content in case don't make PoE 2 content unless you know everything about the game. Well, we'll just never be making content then, will we? Because when the game launches, we could say, well, don't make a video.
The only thing that matters is how hard you can game the algorithm. That's pretty much the only thing that matters on YouTube videos.
Because this is actually the beta and we don't know how the full version will work. Don't make a video on how shields work because this could be subject to change, or this jet. Like, yeah, sometimes people are going to share information early. And I personally think it's it's a good thing. You know, I think it's a good thing that new people are getting into the game. You want the game to grow. You want new people coming in. You might find somebody like, say, this guy, Rob2628. This guy might come into PoE 2. I might really enjoy his content. He might give me something to watch. He might be somebody new. Now, I'm not trying to say that these people are like worried for their job and people are going to take over their job, but I do get a slight air of like, are these people maybe a little bit concerned that there are a whole host of new people coming into the game and they'll suddenly have to fight for their top spot? I'm not saying that's the case, but that's the vibe they're giving off. And I don't think they mean to give off that vibe. Let me be clear. I think these people are nice people and I don't think they mean to give off the vibe of I'm worried. But that's how it's coming across to me. You know, Path of Exile.
I mean, I am worried about new creators being shit. But shit in the, like, the way that it doesn't feel like a community anymore, you know? That's what I'm worried about. I don't want to, yeah, I'm gatekeeping the community. I don't want people in the community who are going to make it feel like it's not a community and you're just trying to sell like a product.
All 2 is a massive game, right? We know that. It's probably going to be one of the biggest games with the longest lifespan. You know, we can say that pretty honestly because most of the time, games are dead within a year or there's a new one coming out. Well, we know PoE 2 is going to have a load of support.
Like this video, I don't want this kind of video in PoE 2.
Raise Gaming and more early access Path of Exile 2 talk. With more news dropping this week after embargoes lifted for, I'm not going to be referencing, say, even 20% of everything covered in those videos. But either way, that interview and lots of other information coming out has answered.
What do you think the tips are in this? Watch this before playing early access. New important guide and tips you need. Let's see. What are the
questions that we have about this early access and the game at large? Like, for example, I stated in my all classes video that we've only actually been shown Druid with bear form, but I'm sure it has more, but what and how many? Well, Jonathan confirmed in that talk that the Druid will actually have 3 primary forms, which is kind of what we're looking to know. It's a great example. Strike. So here's just a pile of interesting or useful things to know with the big ongoing reveals this week. Let's start with some general things to know, and then we'll jump through a bunch of the things I thought were great to hear from the interview. Firstly, when is the early access going live? Well, it turns out it's going live at 11 a.m. PST on December.
Why do you need to know that before early access?
December 6th. So for myself in the UK, that means it's going live at 7 p.m, fairly late that day. Now, in terms of early access and the league they're doing for that, that means a couple special things. It's planned to last at least 6 months for the period that's running, but based on how things have gone, you know, with releasing the game and all that, I would say it could be noticeably longer than that, but at least 6 months is the current plan. Interestingly, we'll get to keep these early access characters in the future though, but maybe not in the way you might have hoped. There's the standard league, which is kind of the permanent and default league. If you're coming from Diablo 4, you view the standard league similar to, say, the Eternal Realm. However, these early access characters are never going to be part of the standard league. According to Jonathan, early access characters will stay in an early access league that will still be accessible after launch, but will be separate from standard. On that note, the official webpage for early access is here and updated, full of specific information you might want to check out, whether that's lore,
I actually didn't know that.
About the 6 classes and their ascendancies, information about.
I don't feel like I
Blizzard
need
is
no, oh god,
Path of Exile 2.
Oh god,
Recently, Grinding
what's
Gear
happening?
Games released.
Hello and welcome back to Raise Gaming. Thought were great to hear from the interview. Firstly, when is the early access going live? Well, it turns out it's going live at 11 a.m. PST on December 6th. So, hello and welcome back to Raise Gaming.
Oh my god. Hey, thanks for the 13-year resub here,
let's say the Eternal Realm. However, these early access characters are never going to be part of the standard league. According to Jonathan, early access characters will stay in an early access league that will still be accessible after launch, but will be separate from standard. On that note, the official webpage for early access is here and updated, full of specific information you might want to check out, whether that's lore, stuff about the 6 classes and their ascendancies, information about, say, the new skill gem system, the passive tree, the dual spec stuff, equipment examples are there, various endgame references, and it's all pretty easy to take a look at and get a good understanding of stuff very quickly. Now, one thing in regards to those classes, though, is that we finally get a proper look at the new class selection screen, which, to be fair, was teased, I think, about 5 years ago now originally, when PoE 2 was first announced. So it's pretty cool to see that still there after all this time.
Tip number 2.
With the general footage in the trailer. But it's a pretty brutal way to introduce your character. You're basically choosing who's going to survive the hanging, just one, or in a darker light, who's going to die. If you guys want to learn all the specific details we've seen for all the classes and their ascendancy so far, though, I want to recommend this Reddit post by Selva Paluda. They took the time to write out every reveal of information shown for these, so I think it's great to refer to if you want. Now, during the big early access livestream, we learned what's coming for this initial version. As you can see, we have Acts 1 to 3 are going to be available immediately, but then we're going to have to replay those again on a harder difficulty. Early access, insane amount of content to engage in that. You'll find different bits of endgame. When you activate the ritual, that revives them, so you have to kill them again. And then there's multiple, or it's lost. But you'll have 6 portals to make 6 trips to. He suggests it might return in a reasonable amount of, say, Druid and Huntress.
There's no tips. You
can cancel it early. And one more mint twice. Ability.
Anyways, yeah, stuff like that, you know. Having your tornado shot MTX? I don't know, they'll still work with tornado shot. Probably. Unless it doesn't.
And I personally think it's refreshing. I think it's refreshing that a load of people are getting into the game and trying things out. And you know what? Maybe somebody makes a guide and it's not very good. I made a guide in PoE 1 early on and it wasn't very good. Then eventually I made some guides, they got a few 100,000 views, they got 60,000 views. I had people come into my stream and tell me they like my tornado shot build, whatever it might be, right? You know,
Yeah, but it's not about... Nobody cares, other than like Jung and Rutu. Nobody cares about bad build guides. What people care about is when people mislead for their builds. Like when you say something's the best league starter and then you look at the person's stream and they can't clear a white map.
You know, we have this here, a video just popped up now, I've just seen it. Gems now have higher level requirement, question mark. Now, do I say, hey, Gazzy, don't make that video. You don't know all the information about the gem requirements. You put a question mark in the title. This could be misleading. Please don't make this. Like, no, people are going to make videos. They're going to enjoy the excitement of the game. Do I think it's a bit silly? Yes. Do I think that the best,
First
you know,
person,
exactly.
person
And again,
beating
I'm
Endgame. Havoc.
open and honest. I'm not having a go at these people. I respect that video. I think this is a very fair point from Lily. I hope PoE 2 doesn't have a data mining problem because the fun of the game is trying to figure everything out, which is why I'm kind of leaning like I don't want to look at anything because I want to figure it out, and which is why I'm also leaning in the direction of I'm okay with people releasing.
Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying, but I feel like a lot of people, I don't know, misunderstand what people are saying about, like, pretty much all anybody cares about is that you're not misleading noobs. You know? It's all about how you, like, project it or whatever. Pretty much people just don't want to trick noobs. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait. No fucking way. Okay, he said, wait.
Path of Exile 2 so far, is if they have things or catchwords that are like strongest build ever, one-shot builds, immortal builds, unkillable builds, fastest build ever, best skill in the game, so on, you get my gist. At this stage, how would you know that?
Unstoppable shield wall build. Wait, what? No way, dude. What? I guess unstoppable buzzword's okay. I mean, I feel like unstoppable is kind of like adjacent to saying unkillable. Yeah, I mean, unstoppable isn't there, that's true. Hey, thanks for the 3-year resub choking. Can't be stunned. Why play Grim Dawn? Watch this before you play Imminent. This guy's awesome.
What's up, guys? Iceman here. Wake up, exiles! To the research institution. Let's look past that. But then they came out with Diablo 4. Okay. What's this like? Anything like the originals? Is this Diablo-like?
Guy's awesome. Yeah, all of his videos are like that.
Hello and welcome, Exile. I think I have enough information to make my decision on.
Dude, what if Archmage ends up being the best build in PoE 2 at the start? What if Archmage is the best in this game too?
What class I'm going to start. And it's gonna be the Sorceress. Everything I've seen, it just seems to take the cake in terms of best potential, and for me, one of the most fun-looking classes to play. Just looking at the fireball explosions with the projectiles going outward, looking at the different skills they showcase with ball, lightning, with spark, with comet. A lot of the skills they're big, they're flashy, they're exciting, and I'm pretty pumped about it. Not only that, I think there's scaling to back it up. Number one is the base ascendancies classes they've shown us. Stormweaver is just generically strong so far from what we've seen. We have a cast on crit ability, and we have the ability to do a double shock. And we have 7 nodes that are not known yet. So this seems like it just has really good potential just out of the gate. And
I feel like
the Chronomancer, on the other hand,
I feel like the Sork stuff they've... Well, I mean, there's that one thing that looked good with that lightning.
And although I'm not as pumped or thrilled about the nodes they've shown us 3 skill abilities, which I'm not convinced are going to be the strongest. They do look like they could be pretty fun. And then there is potential for the nodes they haven't shown us to be good. It's just sort of the more you don't know, the more there's a chance there could be a really, really good node hidden within these. And I just want to wait and see what that is. So point number 1, skills look exciting. And ascendancy nodes, there's...
If every single one of these is like a unique skill, that'd be
decent ascendancy options with Stormweaver and Chronomancer. Offhand chance it could be really good with just maybe these 4 points here, or all just really banger nodes. We don't know. Point number 2 has to do with scaling. Of all the classes I've seen, I kind of think the Mana Int Archmage archetype it's pulling away with the freest damage out of all the classes. The reason number 1 is trigger skills mostly synergize with spells. And if you're playing a spell-based character, if you have all these extra triggers as extra options, they give you essentially maybe a large portion of additional damage being dealt. If I'm triggering a comet every like 5 casts of my faster casting ability, that could be up to 40% more damage, 50% more damage. Maybe I'm triggering a duration skill. Whatever it is, triggering spells is very powerful, so you have that synergy. Number 2 is, I think, as far as I can tell, the Int Mana archetype has the freest damage multipliers of the tree. I'm going to look at these 2 nodes right here. Pure Power, 2% damage per...
Yeah, that does look good, but we don't know how much, like, Int you're really going to get. It almost seems like me that they it seems like it might be hard to get all your attributes endgame.
And the other node, which is 3% damage per 100 mana. Between these 2 notables, these are the most sizable percent damage increases, I think, on the entire tree. And they synergize together because in order to scale mana effectively, you're going to want to put Int on a lot of your gear pieces. So they're just like, they have a perfect pairing. Not only that, Archmage, this buff out of all the reservations seems by far and away the strongest. For every 2,000 mana, you're looking at
It might also be a lot harder to recover mana in this.
100% gain damage is extra, which is just kind of crazy. 2,000 mana, I believe, is going to be very, very easy to hit. But I believe what could be more realistic, I think we're going to see builds that have 3 to 4 to 5,000 mana. And then potentially, if you can figure out a way to make Eldritch Battery work, if it works the way it says and it isn't changed on release, then maybe you could even shoot for 6, 7, 8,000 mana could be a potential number, which makes this node go heavily up in value as well as this go heavily up in value. And both of these things are kind of separate
from each other. The monk wasn't doing a mana build
they
that
multiply
sucks all his
together
mana
in
out.
terms of the final result you're going to get. Percent damage increases and the gain damage are separate things, and they're both very powerful. So that's point number 1. You have a lot of percent gain damage.
I mean, this is pretty crazy.
Damage are separate things.
Like that's 100% if you have 2k mana.
And they're both very powerful.
But you can definitely get 2k mana.
So that's point number 1. You have a lot of percent damage you get in terms of just specking a few nodes on your tree that are right next to each other. The 2% per 10 int is right here, and the 3% per 100 mana is right here. They're like 10 points away from each other, and they're in a very condensed, important part of the tree. Not only that, if you notice, I was hovering over the Whispers of Doom keystone. This is right here as well. I want to point out that I believe
Well, it's not that there's no mana regen that you can get, is that's going to be really hard to get.
I guess Blasphemy support is probably in the Spirit Gem section. But Blasphemy seems very, very good. From what...
Like in PoE 1, you can pretty much solve every problem a build has super easy. It might be a little harder in PoE 2.
I can tell it's a 30 spirit per socketed socketed curse, which means if I want to go dual curse, I could easily go Enfeeble and Tempt Chains, or I could go, let's say, Enfeeble plus like Conductivity, target some like res, something like that. I can't see it being not a no-brainer.
Like, you might actually have to give up. Like in PoE 1, you pretty much just get everything really easily. I mean, it wasn't always like that. Like, before, you'd have to actually give something up, right? I have a feeling that's probably, like, there's really... The choices in PoE 1 aren't really, like... I mean, there is to a degree, but... You kind of have a baseline of stuff that every build, at least every good build has. Like, you'll have ailment immunity. You'll have... Your recovery will be figured out. Like, you don't have to give anything up. In PoE 2, you might have to make choices, like... Oh, I want a lot of mana regen? I'm gonna have to lose some damage now.
For 30 spirit, based on the other reservations I've seen, it's very powerful. And let me point out
guides for newer players. Yeah, I have a few videos that I'm gonna do before. Like, I'm gonna make a video and I'm gonna try and go over all the buzzwords in PoE that people might not know. Some stuff like that, and then build guides when shit's figured out more.
Of the curses we're dealing with here, Enfeeble, just
when
as a
we
good
have
example,
access.
is nutty. 16% less damage to unique enemies at level 3. This is crazy powerful. I'm guessing maybe at level 20, maybe...
I don't know, I can see people making less builds because I don't... It depends. All those side bosses you have to kill while leveling, I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. Having to kill, like... I mean... Well, they haven't said anything on it since, so I assume it's unchanged, but I guess you can get the bonuses if you kill if you kill those bosses in maps, so maybe it won't be that bad, you just get it in maps.
It goes up to 20, maybe even 25% less damage in terms of a DR source. This is insane additional tank. And then, not only that, there's curses like Temporal Chains, which slows all enemies by 34%. The amount of ability or time addition you have to dodge or get out of dangerous attacks goes up tremendously when you're making an enemy this much slower. If you've ever played PoE where you have a 30% slow on a boss, you know what I'm talking about. That's no freaking joke. So to me, that makes Whispers of Doom a no-brainer. So right out the gate, I see a lot of condensed power in your tree, all really close together. That's a very important part of making a strong character, is if you have very efficient points. And Whispers of Doom, the damage per nodes all being right here, that's just a perfect recipe for power. On top of that, I also want to point out, some people may have said, Lance, how do you know you can get good ES numbers? What makes you think that the ES numbers are going to be the same, etc., etc.? I've heard that quite a few times. Let me break it down for you. Number one is your source of ES is dependent on the bases you have. So if you look at here, this is the PoE2 site right now. We showcase on this character 4 energy shield specific base types. I went through and I showcase on...
Is that 21? So that'd be 78. You know, 78 ES at level 33 is not too bad. The high-end bases might actually be decent. So ES might actually be really good. Because at 32 in PoE 1, you get 69 to 80, so it's pretty much, it's in that range. So actually, CI could be cracked. And yeah, there's a ton of VS stuff on the tree, and they're like huge. There's this. 28% increased. I don't know what the small nodes are. 25% increase, max res. %40 increased. 20%. 40%. 60%. Yeah, I mean, CI might actually just be OP.
On this character, 4 energy
I
shield
hadn't seen this. Those numbers are actually pretty high for ES.
specific base types. I went through and I
What
looked at
happened?
every single one of these base types, and I'll show you a boot example right now. This is a level 33 pair of boots. If you look at the PoE1 boot section on ES boots, you'll notice Scholar boots roll from 23.
Hey, I just said that. You're copying me. Fired a coach for the first time mid-season in our 100+ year history.
Gem, you're like, 5 levels
That's
higher
a good.
or whatever.
Is that a
it
good
is.
thing?
Anywho, 75 and you can get more. We don't know. There's a lot of throwbacks to.
Wait, is that? Oh, they showed this. Level 65, 246 with no flat. So with flat, that could probably get like 400. It's not. That's pretty good. ES is probably gonna be good.
To stuff that was similar to what we saw in PoE1 really early, like some of the things like Eldritch Battery is a throwback to the very old version of Eldritch Battery. For all we know, they might throw back to the old ES roll rangers where you could roll up to 150% ES. We don't know, but I'm gonna see.
Oh yeah, and that's not qualityed either. I mean, there is some good life defense things. Like, this one's kind of bonkers. So if there's more stuff like this, then life should be pretty good. I haven't seen too many life things though.
Theorize that this, let's just say the T1 is comparable. I have also seen a flat ES roll of, I believe, 88 energy shield in PoE1. The flat ES roll you can get up to is 100 flat. I think that means roughly the ES rolls could be comparable on gear. I'm saying all this to say, essentially, the flat ES number you can end up with a chess piece looks like it can be comparable. In PoE1, you can get anywhere from 2k to 3k flat ES if you have well-rolled ES gear pieces, a shield, body armor, a helmet, boots, gloves, stuff like that. So, point number 1, base ES, you can get to 2 to 3,000. Point number 2, percent ES scaling on the tree is massive. I showed you the jewel that rolled up to 15% ES. Now, let me give you a little bit of the rundown of the ES nodes on tree. This notable right here, 30 next to it are a joke either. 12% made this point in his stream last night when I was just chilling, and I think it was a great point, which is duration skills deal a ton of damage, and they don't have the orb condition. In PoE1, they specifically balanced Archmage skills by not letting them be used with orb tagged skills, because the hard downside of Archmage is, here's a bunch of extra mana cost attached to your skill at the baseline, but we're not going to let you use it with the skills that you cast once and they last for 5 seconds, because that'll give you a lot of damage for one singular cast. So the idea is...
Yeah, but there's still CI that makes you immune to chaos damage.
Is you can use something like Firestorm in PoE2, and it doesn't have the limitation where you can't use it with Archmage, and that will work for Firestorm, that'll work for Lightning Storm, and these are skills that hit. This is a 10-second duration skill, which can hit the same enemy every 0.4 seconds. So,
dude, I want to see the CI EB mom build.
So that's about 25
CIEB Mom Chayula Monk.
5 times. So you can cast a skill that's going to hit the enemy 25 times over the course of its duration, and you can layer these things together. You don't necessarily have to spam cast where you might delete too much of your mana too fast. You can do a lightning storm, then a firestorm, run around a bit type of thing. It encourages a playstyle where you get to cast these hard-hitting skills that have this big duration where they deal a lot of damage, and their base downside is, hey, we have a pretty big mana cost initially, and that base initial mana cost doesn't really matter in the context of Archmage, where every single skill is getting the 5% of your mana as added flat, and it means the difference between a Orb of Storms, let's say, which is 23 versus 44, if 5% of your mana is 200 mana, then it's 244 mana versus 223. The difference between these skills is no longer one skill to cost twice as much, but rather they both cost pretty much about 5% of your mana plus a little bit of a negligible amount that doesn't matter. So some of the downsides of these big duration skills gets nullified. I don't know if I'm making my points very clearly, but I'll give you a little write-up as well of basically some of the thoughts I have when I've been
yeah, probably still on
looking at these characters. Some of the things that I could perceive as issues. Outright, base EHP is very high. If you scale into a decent amount of ES and then a decent amount of mana, they have to kill your whole ES pool, and then they have to kill your whole mana.
Where was Glancing Blows? It was like on the bottom of the tree, I think.
Pool to kill you. That's a large amount of time for you to maybe duck out of some big damage.
I don't know how much you can make free. Like there's like I don't know how many you can make for free. Not that many. Probably like 10. And then you have to pay $5 for a slot if you don't want to delete characters.
Not only that, there's some easy raw.
Oh, you get 20 free? That's crazy.
Raw mitigation like Enfeeble. We don't really know a lot of mitigation sources that are available. Like, we don't know how this, like, we don't.
If EB indeed converts on mana, if it leaves 0 mana. Yeah. What do you mean? No, it converts all your energy shell to mana.
We don't know what the formula is for armor or evasion. We don't really know how.
Yeah, do we even know if... Yeah, I guess we don't even know if armor and evasion are going to be like calculated the same way. They might end up... They probably will, actually. Armor is probably going to be made like simplified, so because that's like one of the #1 things that bait noobs is armor stuff. That might be changed because almost every I don't know if there's ever been a new player that wasn't baited by armor calculation. I don't know if they have to, I mean, at least like, I don't know, show it to players or something. I mean, I guess now you can like hover over the keyword and it'll tell you what it does and stuff, but well, it's not literally wrong in game. It just doesn't give you enough context. Like if you get hit by a big hit in game, it'll be right. I mean, it is right for whatever the last thing that hit you. It's right, but usually last thing that hit you is some random tiny spell.
How accessible max res is on gear. There's a lot of like missing like question marks of terms of mitigation, but I would wager there's probably going to be at least a couple sources where we can spec into or invest into gear wise, which should give us some more mitigation. But right out the gate, having the potential to get something like 15k ES and 5k mana and then a 25 DR like Enfeeble, that already puts us at a pretty tanky threshold that I would wager the devs haven't really balanced the bosses around being able to deal that much damage, at least not in a one-shot mechanic for the most part. We'll see if I get skill checked on that one. Avoidance, I'm thinking block seems reasonable. I know they showcased a weapon like this that says +5 lightning, 100 mana, 119% spell damage, gain is extra. And you might think, holy crap, that's insane. But I gotta be honest with you, I am more impressed with the scepters, which have spirit reservations, along with free auras, along with the potential. We'll see. I'm hoping
Ward,
scepters can
I don't
roll,
think
like,
Ward's even
they
in
can at least roll
PoE2
mana.
yet,
I'm hoping they can
so
roll other relevant stats for
I'd say probably low, probably really
a solar
low.
player on top of using a shield.
And if it does, I mean, honestly, I think stuff like that should exist. It just needs to be like tuned down, you know.
I really think
like I feel like there still needs to be some absolutely stupid, ridiculous builds, not in terms of power, but just like what they do.
a shield with block, higher ES scaling is gonna do us a little bit better than a staff will.
I'm sure something like that will
because
eventually
staff is
happen.
a big loss in defenses. I'm looking around for my thing and I'm like scrolling through the tabs, but it's right here. So anyways, I'm thinking potentially staff might be bait and I could see shield scepter making sense. We'll see. It really depends on what's the roll ranges, what can we get on shield, stuff like that, but I'll look into it. Recovery is going to be, as far as I can tell, investing in a mana regen nodes for sustaining our self-cast. In this video, the Sigil of Power powers up pretty quickly, which means this guy is I think in the video, he powered this up over the course of maybe 8 seconds while dodging for half of the time. So he was spending like 50% mana per second, and he was able to afford the casting. So he invested into mana regen, and it seems like the sustain was decent. We don't know how much he spec'd on his tree or how much he had on gear, but it seems reasonable to invest in mana regen. That might just be the way to do it. There could also be potentially some cheese factor with, if you look at, I guess I don't have the support gems open, but I was going to say, if you look at something like Essence Harvest, maybe there's something where you could proc a Summoning Raging Spirits and have those die to proc you mana recovery. That might be potentially balancing the game or killed the relock sort of durations could get before the P.
Is PoE2 DB more updated now? Because I don't know, like a few days ago, I know a lot of PoE2 DB was like wrong. I don't know if they updated that at all. Anybody knows? Or gems were updated. Yeah, I'm sure some of it's still wrong, but as long as it's not like 80%. Havoc showed up all sports. Oh shit. Yeah, I saw that video. Wait, where's the Havoc sport video? Okay, I found it. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Finally. What do we got here? Hell yeah. Added fire damage. Supported attacks gain 25% of damage as fire damage. Supported deal 50% less cold and fire. Alright. Trying to incentivize you to go into one damage type. Turn the music on. Cold and fire, yeah. Arcane Surge, gain Arcane Surge after spending a total of 100% of your maximum mana. Unsupported skills. Let me... New passives. This isn't... What is new passives here? I don't think... Huh? Let's see. A new tab on PoEDB. What the heck is that? There's no new tab. Got added fire damage, yep, arcane surge. Wait, what does arcane surge say it does? Mana regen and cast speed. Okay, why doesn't it give you the numbers? I thought they were gonna try and do less of that stuff in PoE 2. What are the numbers? I guess you could probably hover over this. Ambush. 100% more crit chance against enemies that are on full life. Oh, it's a support. Okay, that's interesting. Added cold. So I guess all of the added damage stuff makes you deal less of the other two types. Oh. Bursting plague. Poison from supported skill. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking shoot my head. I keep trying to record a video for this reaction for YouTube, and then something pops up and I have to do that, so I stop recording because there's a giant delay. And then this time I forgot to click record. I've tried like 5 times now. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see. Attempt number 5. Added. God damn you. Let's try. You're so lucky I can't click the name of who does the redemption because I was going to ban you. Wasted. You wasted 20k points. Hope you're happy. I wonder if Spotify has PoE music. Path of Exile. It sure don't. Right? Anybody redeems mute or anything like that, you're getting banned. Added fire damage. Okay, so all of the added fire damage, or all the added element types give you 50% less of the other two types, right? Surely. And okay, so it's attacks only. That's interesting. Arcane Surge, mana regen, cast speed. Oh shoot, I missed the ambush. 100% more crit chance against enemies that are on full life. I guess that'll just be used for clear. Added cold damage. Alright, same as added fire. Alright, here we go. Back to the ones. Bursting Plague. Sport skills that can poison enemies. Alright. Bide Bartle Dookie. Alright, Bursting Plague. Poison from supported skills also add 200% of damage per second enemy as plague up to 10% of enemy's max life. Explode in a plague burst over time. Cannot support minions. AoE trigger fizz chaos. 40% chance for crossbow attacks, not some bolt. I wonder how annoying it actually is for crossbow, like, reloading stuff is gonna be. I mean, it seems like you can get pretty high. So this is level 1, it has 40% chance not consume a bolt, and then I know there's like a 25% on the tree, so you might be able to get pretty high number for that actually. Alright, added lightning, same as the other added things. Wait, support gems don't level apparently. What? I haven't heard that. That's weird. I mean, actually, I like that they don't level, but that's weird. If that's true. Cluster grenade symbol, use it? No, probably not. Area of effect, or you just get more AoE. Bloodlust. Supported skills deal 30% more melee fizz damage against bleeding enemies. Supported attacks can't cause bleeding. Alright, that's a pretty good melee skill. You just pop them the bleed. You could throw like a totem gameplay. You throw a totem down and just make it bleed them. Totems are back. Bleed chance, 6% chance for bleed. Holy, he's zooming. Gain endurance charge when supported skills fully break enemy armor. Have they said anything if the charges actually are different than in PoE 1? Like, is endurance charge going to do the same thing? Brutality. 35% more fizz, no chaos, no elemental. Conk, 40% more area damage, 50% less AoE. Charges don't give any buffs at all. They're just a resource to spend. Oh. Alright. Corrosion. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing poison to applied to break enemy armor. Poison also breaks armor equal to 80% of poison damage dealt. Chain. Word skills chain 100% more times. Oh, that's pretty interesting. So if you have a bunch of chains somewhere else, it'll double it. 50% less damage with hits. That's pretty steep. Clarity. Aura. Increased mana regen while supported skill is active. So wait. You like put it on an aura now, I guess? Combo finisher. Supported skills lose combo. If you generate no combo for 8 seconds, supported skills deal 50% more damage. Requires 5 combo to use. Supported skills cannot be used until enough combo has been built up and deal massively more damage. Cannot support skills which already combo. Coming soon. Now that is a good support gem right there. Decaying Hex. Supported skills inflict decay, dealing 30% of int as chaos. Ooh, that is interesting actually. Dude, int stacker. Int stacking chaos damage build? That's pretty interesting. I'm assuming controlled destruction is the same. Oh! Controlled destruction just makes it so you can't do crits and you do 40% more. So it's, wait, they basically made controlled destruction what EO is, except it's just permanent. Like, I guess most builds might be using that early. Induction. 100% more chance to shock. Corrupting Cry. Corrupted Blood deals 10% of your strength as fizz damage per second. Corrupted Blood is 5 seconds. Hey, you already showed that one. Oh! Oh, we already showed these two. Okay, there we go. Elemental army minions from supported skills have 30% to all res. Skills empowered by supported skills deal 50% more damage. Support skills that can empower skills other than causing the skills they empower to do more damage. Okay. 50% increase freeze duration. Double barrel. 30% less reload speed. Load an additional bolt. Does that mean you shoot two? I mean, double barrel assumes that or implies you shoot two, but yeah, okay. That surely means you shoot two and you just don't get one extra. That could be pretty good. Especially that, you use the double barrel thing and then you get a bunch of you don't consume a bolt. That'd be pretty good. Extended combo. Final strike of supported skills can be performed twice in succession. Alright. So it's like some skill that gets better the more you use it. The final combo thing will go twice. You can use comma and period buttons to watch the vid frame by frame. You mean like I've been doing? That's nuts. But I don't really feel like clicking that button 18,000 times to get to the end. Energy barrier. Energy shield recharge begins immediately. Is not interrupted by damage for 3 seconds when stunned while using supported skills. That might be good. I mean, if you go like a channeling skill with this or something, that'd be pretty good. You get stunned, you just get your energy shield recharge. That could be pretty good. And then there's a note on the tree that like you could go, you can go like a build with basically no stun immunity on it. And then there's some note on the tree that makes it so every time you've been stunned recently, you get more stun immunity. So you could like get stunned every time you first get hit, but then you like can't get stunned again, maybe. Yeah, kind of like Wicked Ward. Eternal Flame. Supported skills have 100% ignite duration, less chance to ignite. Pretty good. Empowered Cull. Skills empowered by supported skills have Culling Strike. This is weird. You're like sporting an empowered thing that empowers another skill. Faster prod, or it goes faster. Faster attacks, or you attack faster. Encumbrance. Supported skills have 30% increased effective slowing debuffs against enemies. Alright. That could be OP. You get some slow skilled for bosses. Do a big chill. Wait. Execute. Support skills deal 40% more damage with hits against enemies that are on low life. And low life is back to 35% HP or whatever, right? It's not like half HP like in PoE1. 25% more cast speed. Frozen Vortex. Supported skills create a vortex on shattering an enemy. Vortex deals 30% of overkill damage per second. Vortex chills enemies. Yeah, this could be pretty good for clearing. Frost Nexus. Supported skills create chilled ground for 4 seconds when they freeze an enemy. Fist of War. Attacks with supported skill are ancestrally boosted no more than once every 3 seconds. Alright, yeah, this is like the same as PoE. 1. Hourglass. 50% more damage, plus 8 seconds to cooldown. This could be good on like a skill that has a really long duration. Like Firestorm or something. So it's like an 8-second cooldown, but it lasts like the entire time anyways or something. %25 more effect of supported curses. More freeze buildup. Walls from supported skills are created in a circle instead. This one's pretty cool. I don't know how good it actually is. Them doing it with flame wall kind of looks like a meme, but it looks cool. Supported skills have +1 to limit. Oh, so you could like you could put this on Firestorm and then get 2 Firestorms. What are you supposed to do if you don't want to be banned? You just can't be stupid, pretty much. Inspiration, 40% less cost. Ice Bite. Hacks gain 35% of cold damage for 3 seconds on freezing an enemy with supported skills. You could like, I don't know, you could get like a big bonk skill and put on that, because you, in PoE 2, you'll be able to actually freeze bosses occasionally, right? Because they'll get like a little bar that charges or whatever. Innervate. Okay, it's the same thing as the other one. Just shocked enemy. I guess those would be good for clearing too. Oh, Jagged Ground. I was wondering what this actually was. I didn't know if it was like the effect of some skill or whatever, but okay, it's a support, and it supports slam skills. Then it creates a Jagged Ground. Does he hover over it? No. Do we know what Jagged Ground actually does? There's a note on the passive tree that says it gives 10% more damage when they're on it, but you know. Supported skills have 100% more chance to ignite. It just slows. Impending Doom. Trigger Doom Blast when curses from supported skills expire. Hey. Impending Doom builds are still in. Same queue is getting keys as you? Yes. Impact Shockwave. An aftershock after a stunned enemy, dealing the same damage to enemies within 1 meter. Lasting shock. Okay, more shock duration. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He goes so fast over some of them. What? Recover 12% of life over 4 seconds when a supported skill calls an enemy. Yeah, that's pretty good for mapping. Wait. I wonder if that stacks. That's kind of OP for mapping. Minions from supported skills die 4 seconds after the life is reduced to 0. Less duration. Alright, you get less skill duration. Meat shield. Minions deal less damage, have more life. Multiple proj. You do less damage, but you get more proj. So less attack and cast speed too. I wonder if this doesn't apply to grenade explosions. It probably does, but if it doesn't, that's kind of cool. That's OP. Life tap. Skills cause life instead of 100% of mana cost. Okay, so it doesn't give you any damage boost now. Lockdown. Supported skills have up to 120% more pin buildup against nearby enemies. I'm assuming that just holds them in place when you hit the full duration or whatever. More duration, you get more duration. Who would have saw that coming? Multiple charge. Supported skills have 50% chance to grant an additional charge. Minion instability. Oh, minion instability is a support gem now. Interesting. Minions from supported skills explode when reduced to low life, dealing 50% of their max life as fire damage to surrounding enemies. I kind of like how a lot of stuff in PoE 1 is kind of ported to PoE 2, but like put somewhere else. Like this keystones, a support gem now. Like some ascendancy nodes are just straight up on the tree. Minion pack. Supported skills remove 100% of your max life from a nearby minion. Unused to deal 40% more damage. Poison chance. And do not cause stun buildup. Physical damage from sporting skill is pinning. So I'm guessing it's like they just can't move, but they can still attack and stuff. Overpower. Hits with supported skills cause 80% more stun buildup, multiple poison, additional poison, 30% less duration. Years. I don't know how many sports are in total in early access. I think it's like 175 or something. Additional pierce, 30% less damage if they've pierced an enemy. Perpetual charge. Supported skills have 35% chance to not remove charges, but still count as consuming them. I guess that would be good, like with Flicker Strike. Now that what Flicker Strike does is it consumes all your power charges. I guess that would be good on it. And then maybe you can spam it a few times, and maybe you can get that like in a few other places. You knew it, yeah, but what I don't think. Like, think this is a whole support gem link of damage you just lost now. There's no way it's gonna be like PoE 1. Increased accuracy rating while supporting skills active. Free rage on melee hit. Rage is the same, right? Slower proj. Second wind. 50% less cooldown rate. Twice as many cooldown uses. Stomping ground. Triggers a shockwave when you take a step using supported skills. Ruthless. Every 5th attack causes 500% more stun buildup. 35% more non-ailment damage over time. 20% less duration of supported skills and damaging ailments they inflict. Unleash. Alright, it looks like about the same as UE1, but it only has a maximum of 2 unleashes. Unbreakable, more stun threshold using supported skills. Vitality, 1.5% of life while supported skill is active. Window of opportunity. Supports channeling skills that have special effects if released with perfect timing. Causing them to deal much more damage if released with perfect timing, but reducing the perfect timing window. 25% shorter, but 50% more damage when released with perfect timing. Wind wave. Trigger wind wave when stunned while using supported skills. Blast the wind that knocks enemies back. Withering touch. Oh my god, I'm only a minute in. Withered. Supported skills inflict withered on hit with chaos damage. Giving a chance. It doesn't say the chance. It just says on hit. Here it says it gives a chance. Why is this a video not on a site? Because he recorded it on a video and didn't put it on a site. Although I think PoE2DB might have it, but I don't know. I don't trust that site to be correct. I'd much more trust a video of in-game. Additional accuracy, get more accuracy. Oh, why is he going a different direction now? Break posture. Support skills apply days. When fully breaking armor, days last for 6 seconds. Alright, I don't really know what days does. I'm assuming it's some pseudo stun. Corpses consumed by supported skills have a 50% chance not be destroyed. Detonate dead, boys. Detonate dead. Devastate. Supported skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. Holy, what is he doing? Just go in order. First zones from supported skills erupt after 30% reduced delay. Alright, so it just makes it cast quicker. Infernal Legion. Minions take 20% of their max life as fire damage and deal 5% of their max life as fire damage per second to nearby enemies. I guess this depends how much life you're actually going to have on your minions. Holy, where's he going, dude? Exploit weakness. Supported skills cannot break armor, but supported skills consume enemy fully broken armor to deal 50% more damage. Post combat, 25% more attack damage, enemies within 1 meter of you, scaling down to no bonus at 3.5 meters or further. Auto reload. Supported skills reload automatically on heavy stunning an enemy. Oh. Depending how often that happens, might be good. Armor explosion. Supported skills trigger an explosion after they fully break an enemy's armor. Blind enemies. Coursing current. Shocking hits. Okay, it's like shock prolif. Coming soon. Cold pen. You penetrate cold. Yeah. Feeding frenzy. Oh, so feeding frenzy doesn't change the AI anywhere. Deal 30% more damage. Take 20% more. 30% fire resistance, exploit weakness, devastate. Did I do that one? Yeah. Fiery death. Killing blows from supported skills against ignite enemies have 60% chance to cause the enemy to explode. Alright. Seems like there's a lot of sources of explode in this game. Hinder. Chaos damage over time also hinders enemies, which like makes them slower. Herbalism. 40% increased recovery from life loss while supported skill is active. Increased armor break. Break 80% more armor. Inevitable crit. Supported skills gain 25%. Increased crit chance each second up to 100%. This crit chance is lost whenever a skill supported by inevitable crit critically hits. Alright. Infernal Legion. That's pretty good if you just have like a big one you cast every couple seconds. Infernal Legion, already saw that. Holy Descent. Supported skills create consecrated ground on landing. Support skills that leap into the air. Hence Agony. Damage over time debuffs inflicted on full life enemies by support skills deal 50% more damage. 25% less skill effect duration. Huh. I wonder... on full life enemies, but if you have to like charge up an ignite or something, how are you going to do that?
Pause. Can I taste this?
Yeah, I'll taste that. Smells good.
It's real good. Probably best food ever had.
That is good.
Yeah, it's gourmet. Bye.
Bye, dear. Yeah, it's chicken tikka masala. Knockback, knock enemies back on hit. Yeah, if you want to try another food prep kit. Okay, I'm technically not sponsored by them anymore, but There you go. YouTube video people who are watching this video, you don't get to know. It's for Twitch only. Well, yeah. Life leech. Leech 3% of Fizz attack damage from supported skills as life. Okay. Lightning pen. 30% lightning pen. Momentum. Wait, I missed it. After moving at least 2 meters during a single use of a supported skill, the rest of that use deals 40% more damage. Oh, it is different. Interesting. Well, that should be pretty good for Flicker Strike, right? I mean, you pretty much instantly move that. Supported attacks always maim on hit. 35% more melee fizz, 10% less attack speed, mana leech. Leech physical attack damage, mana flare. The mana flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. Many bolts. Supported skills deal 1% more damage for each bolt reloaded in the past 6 seconds. That doesn't seem very good. What? No, I mean the last one, not this curse one. The reload thing. Maybe you can somehow stack a ton or something, but... Skills erupt bigger, curses are bigger. Raging Cry. Supported skills grant 4 rage per 5 power of enemies in range, so it's like a war cry thing. Oh, I guess Flicker's a teleport, you're right. So never mind that thing. Momentum. Break armor equal to 50% of Fizz damage dealt by a supported skill. Spell Echo. Spells echo once, 30% less cast speed. Echoes from supported skills have 30% more AoE. Well, I guess it's not like PoE 1 spell echo, it just like repeats it. So if you call a thing down from the sky, it just comes down twice. It doesn't actually make you do the animation twice. Reduced cooldown. 30% increased cooldown recovery rate, ranged combat. 35% more attack damage to enemies further than 7 meters from you, scaling down to no bonus at 3.5 meters or closer. I mean, that seems OP. I mean, if you're ranged, you should pretty much always be far, right? I mean, like, at least for bossing and maps, it might not be good, but... Recover 4% of ES when a supported skill deals a killing blow to a shocked enemy. Oh, shoot. Dude, ES is gonna be so... I think ES is gonna be good. I think ES is gonna be good. Wildfire ignites you, inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 1.5 meters for 2 seconds. More weapon elemental damage. Critical damage bonus, but less critical hit chance. Come on. Biting Frost. First skills consume enemy freeze to guarantee a critical hit. Behead. Killing blows from support strike skills against rare monsters grant one of their modifiers for 20 seconds. You know, I see a lot of people talk about this skill. It exists in PoE 1. And it's not good in PoE 1. So I doubt it's going to be good in this game. Because I'm assuming there's going to be way less rare monsters you're killing. I mean, unless their modifiers are like way more impactful in this game. Added chaos damage. Gain 25% of damage as chaos damage. 50% less non-chaos damage. Hold exposure for 8 seconds on critical strike with cold damage. Supported skills deal 25% less damage. Oh, you're definitely going to want that on some kind of debuff ability, not your main skill then. Chaotic freeze. Enemies taking chaos damage over time for sword skills receive freeze buildup when hit by chaos damage. That's interesting. Cannibalism. Now this is that. Now that's what I'm talking about. 4% of life recovered on kill while supported skills active. Supported skills have calling strike against rare or unique enemies. Oh, it's rares and uniques only. Deadly poison. 25% of those damage hits. 75 more effect of poison from supported skills. Dazing cry. Okay, I still don't know what daze is. Alright, dazing thing. Supported skills consume a random ailment on the target when inflicting damage over time debuffs, causing the debuff to deal 35% more damage if an ailment was consumed. Alright. Deep cut, 75% more effective bleeding from supported skills. 25% less damage with hits. Is that increased effect thing essentially like saying more damage or more effect? Surely, right? It seems like maybe, I mean, is it? Why would they word it different? How about the focus? 25% more damage, cannot inflict ailments. Elemental ailments, anyways. Enraged war cries. Supported war cries consume up to 10 rage, causing attacks empowered by them to deal 30% more damage. Oh, that should be pretty good. Enduring life. Enemies killed by hits from supported skills grant 100% more life. Flash charges. That doesn't seem very good. 100% more mana flash charges. I don't know. That also doesn't seem very good. Maybe if you're doing like the Pathfinder concoction build or something. Does that even take from your life flask anymore? I don't know. Frostfire. Supported skills have 100% more effective ignite against frozen enemies. Supported skills cannot inflict freeze. Supported skills consume freeze from enemies they ignite. Fire exposure. Supported skills inflict fire exposure for 8 seconds on igniting an enemy. 25% less damage. Fork. Projectiles deal 50% less damage after forking. Elemental discharge. Supported skills cannot inflict freeze, shock, or ignite. Consume free shock and ignite to trigger elemental discharge. Is that going to be like discharge or is it something different? Why does he suddenly start going a different... Oh, maybe he isn't. Maybe it... Never mind. Hex Bloom. Curses from supported skills prevent enemies within 3 minutes when a cursed enemy dies. Okay, wait. Immolate. Supported skills cannot ignite. Supported attacks gain 30% of damage as fire damage against ignite enemies. Alright, so it seems like you're going to want to scale to inflict ailments and then you have like your main skill or something. Lightning exposure. Supported skills inflict lightning exposure. Yeah. Mobility. Deal 20% less damage, 40% less movement speed penalty while using supported skills. Rupture. Supported skills aggravate bleeding on hitting heavy stunned enemies. Rage Forge. Supported skills consume 10% rage, if possible to deal 35% more damage. Yeah, it seems pretty good. If you can support it. It's getting enough rage. Overcharge. Increased effective shocks from supported skills. Supported skills have 50% less shock duration on enemies. What shock? Wait. Is there like, okay, so there's like shock and electrocute now, right? Like, and electrocute, like, is essentially a stun, right? And then shock is still damage multiplier. Supported skills electrocute primed enemies on hit. Nearby enemies are marked when they are primed for electrocution. Yeah, electrocute. Hitting a marked enemy with a supported skill will electrocute them, yeah. Reload speed, 100% increase reload speed. Searing Flame, 25% less damage with hits, 75% more effective Ignite from supported skills. Stormfire, shocks from supported skills do not expire on ignited enemies. Oh, that's interesting. Soul Drain, recovered 12% of mana over 4 seconds when the supported skills call an enemy. Well, that's pretty good for mom builds while mapping. Lightning Mastery, +1 to level of supported lightning gems. Oh, what? Oh, and then there's mastery for each type of thing. That's interesting. Weird. I mean, I guess it's not weird, but weird in thinking about PoE. I mean, I guess it's like Empower, but... Okay, what is he gonna do? Options now? Okay, I don't care about that. Nice, good React session. Now what am I gonna react to? Name minions? There's no way you could name minions. Steal Amador's food and react to that. React to my processor being stolen off my front porch. Live reaction video. No, it didn't happen. It came like 3 days earlier than it was supposed to. Actually, it's more like 4. No, I've never had anything stolen off my porch. Luckily. Ross's Moist Maker. What? Yeah, what is this video dude that Diablo uploaded? A cooking video? For the price of that cookback, get yourself the PoE 2 early access instead. I thought, wait, they're actually selling this cookbook thing? For the price of that cookbook, get yourself the PoE 2 early access instead. Available now wherever books are sold. They're actually selling a cookbook. Holy shit, it's actually the exact price of PoE 2. $34.99. The Diablo 4 cookbook. I swear they do this stuff on purpose. What is he doing? Or she, I can't tell. Them. You can't handle the they-them pussy. I don't know what's happening. Why are they treating the meat like this? What are they doing? Diablo 4 Dark Delicacies. Prepare for a culinary tour of Sanctuary fit for the mightiest wanderer. This sounds like my toilet when I'm peeing. And now it looks like it when I poop. Oh! Dude, where's the browning, dude? I mean, it's browned, but it's not like browned well. What is this? They didn't even like get a little, you know, little char on it. It's gray. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. How much money do you think they paid this person to make this video? This dish has more ingredients than Diablo 4's content. Yeah, it's like they tried to make an ASMR video, but they couldn't even do that right, so there's big loud scraping sounds throughout it. They can't even make an ASMR video correctly. I want to go back to them touching the meat. Why'd they do it like that? This is some Jaguar level advertising. It's official, D4 is cooked. Looks like a nice dish. Blizzard should make another channel for their dishes like breast milk. Oh my god. That's good. I mean, I do call people who blindly defend Blizzard milkers. That would be that would be a good staple for their new cooking channel. The only dude, they're getting roasted in the comments. The only cooking the D4 team has ever done. Other company, don't alienate your core audience. Rod, I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move. Do you guys not have stoves? Okay, that one's pretty good. That's pretty good. That one is pretty good because they weren't using a stove in the video. They had like the little portable burner. Dude, these are good comments. Everything I've said about YouTube comment sections, I take it back. This is great. What are you even thinking? Fire your entire marketing team immediately. You sell games? Oh, this is good. This is what happens when your company becomes beholden to shareholders. Yeah. Publicly traded game companies are not good. Diablo cookbook costs more than PoE early access. This is where the DLC money goes. This is how the Diablo, yeah. They're like, all right, guys, we gotta get something out for $35. Let's make a cookbook. The marketing team clearly don't know how the internet works, adding more meme fuel to fire. No, I think they know exactly. I think Blizzard has devolved to like a rage bait company at this point. This video, like 100% just a rage bait marketing ploy. That thing that Rod posted about Diablo, like 100% calculated, just rage bait interaction meme. Like they've devolved so far to being a rage bait farming meme company. Like that's the best they can come up with. Major Coke, I can't accept they're actually this stupid. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I can't. Blizzard's not stupid. They can make dog shit and millions of people eat it up and praise them for it. And if you say it's dog shit, they get really mad. They have like a cult of gamers. They're not, I mean, I wouldn't call them stupid. I mean, if you can do that, I don't know. That's pretty good. Where'd my PoE 2 DB go? Did they update us Witch Hunter to have the new things? They did. "20 weapon set skill points. Grants 20 weapon set skill points." That's gotta be OP, right? Surely that's it. I mean, that sounds OP. I don't know. I think the wording is changed. I think it's supposed to be just for like the weapon swapping points. I think you get, yeah, confirm 20. I mean, but like 20 passives being to weapon set skill points is still kind of like 20 additional skill points. Not quite as good, but like if you're doing multiple elements, right? It's essentially 20% or 20 more. Like you're still getting 20 extra benefits of skill points, right? Is there like a, where's the, anybody have the new wording or link to it or something? Here. 20 passive skill points become weapon skill set points. Okay, yeah. Infernal is plus 4% mana and 12% spell damage. I don't think so. I mean, I think there's some skill tree sites that are working on it. I need a screenshot for Jam. For this thumbnail. There we go. Long D2 Resurrected takes complete. Does it have an end game? Not really an end game. You can collect items or something. You know. I don't know. Maybe like 20 to 30 hours your first playthrough. Yeah, I think you should be able to buy a key throughout the whole EA. Hey, Fart, I need a thumbnail for making fun of the D4 cooking video. You up to the task? Do it now, nice. You gotta do it like you got like a laughing and pointing face still? That would be good. The title of the video is gonna be called Blizzard is Cooked. Ow, buddy. And yeah, I think you should have an image already of me doing that. AB. What the hell is ABC? Oh. So concentration. Enemies have max concentration equal to 40% of max life. Break enemy concentration on hit equal to 100%. So concentration is essentially just another bar they get, and then it gives you some bonus based on how much they're missing or whatever. One, 2, 3, 8. I think you would go Weapon Master last. Weapon Master, you probably go last. Because if you get it early on, you're not going to have as many points to make use, right? Or I guess you go at least like second or something. Yeah, the sorcery ward seems kind of weird. I don't know. This ascendancy looks a lot like you're gonna swap out your ascendancy points a lot. Yeah, that one's good. Dr. Cum. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like you're gonna swap a lot. You probably keep one all the time. And I guess you always keep two, and then the last two you probably swap out, like, I don't know. Going 4 and 5 for like bossing, probably pretty good. Like going 1, 2, 4, 5 looks pretty good. But maybe if you do a boss that doesn't have anything that, like, no physical or whatever. Well, I guess evasion applies to everything except for AoE now, right? So I don't know. The Slurk ward seems kind of weird unless it gives some like crazy numbers. But it seems kind of bad. Then for mapping, you take 8. Mana or damage scaling, yes, based on how heavy the hit is, right? What is? Mana or damage scaling, yes, based on how heavy the hit is. Talking about concentration? Yeah, 1, 2, 8, 1, 2, 3, 8 for clearing looks pretty good. All the hoodies I've got from Huey have been zip ups, but I don't know if the one in this pack is. Yeah, this could be good. Slurk ward could be good if you like arc somehow converting a lot of fizz and stuff to fire or to whatever element, any element. Base weapon skill points like 6. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hey, thanks for the T1 beef, Seraph Gamer. Auras and PvE only affecting allies and not yourself. Is that the case for all of them? What was I doing? Oh, dude, what am I gonna do for 7 days, dude? Maybe we'll get some more teasers and they'll drip feed us a little bit, you know? There's surely gonna be a teaser today. 7 days of Iceman reacting. Dude, this is my peak thumbnail. I don't think I'll ever top that. So good. Oh, I got a few. I have a few of those angles. I can reuse other ones. I got like 10 pictures. Um the thing. Any other ascendancies got more points discovered? Wait, they ran out of Steam keys. Wait, what? They have to request more from Steam. I did that is that real? Does that work? That can work like that works like what? Yeah, what source? No one is playing on Friday. Check all classes and patches. I don't know. I'm using a bunch of different websites because they all have different info. Mainly this one on YouTube. This one's not completely up to date. Early the game's playable by the 9th. Witch Hunter. But it's hard to say because Witch Hunter is the only one that's fully revealed, so it's hard to choose the other ones when it's not fully revealed. Oh, Witch Hunter or Blood Mage? I don't know, Blood Mage is looking pretty juicy, but Energy Shield also looks really juicy, and Blood Mage is obviously life stuff. I haven't seen any extra data mine stuff from the Xbox thing yet, so maybe it's not gonna work. I haven't seen any data mine stuff. Channeling skill is probably gonna be okay now. The first Blood Mage point just makes your character worse. What? Yeah. Clarified that. Well, isn't it just you pick up the life orbs and it can go double your HP? So yeah, you get double HP if you pick up enough life nodes. Or life shit on the ground or whatever. It's kind of bad for bossing, because you're never going to kill anything in bosses. This crossbow skill for clear and cluster grenade for single target.
This one gives a chance for
the lightning
projectiles
one?
as well as giving you some pierce chance.
I mean, I don't know. I think you could probably go any. All of the crossbow skills have looked pretty good for clear.
This is in the mercenary section, this would
No cosplay spoilers. But I've got multiple cosplays. I think I've got 3 right now. Might get more. For the same stream now. For each day. Or it'll be each stream, I guess. Stream might be more than a day. I guess back to looking what I can find on YouTube. I gotta upload the video making fun of D4 as well. Day 3 of watching PewDiePie. I should just look at the... Well, not what... I guess isn't what you said, but I should just... Like a paint watching stream, I just watched the countdown timer to PewDiePie 2. Yeah, pretty much all my PC stuff is here. So it should be ready if nothing goes terribly wrong. Flop tier list. Best, well, Matt, didn't you just go over all the builds he's done? It's a little different. I don't know. I might build it tomorrow if I get everything, which I think I think I did. I think I have to go get my monitor and stuff. OLED? No OLED. I don't trust OLED. OLED, I'm gonna have fucking permanent health and mana orbs on my screen. In like, I'm gonna have like permanent buff icons up in the top left. Gonna have HP orb here. Gonna have mana orb over here in the bottom right. Gonna have the skill. I'm just gonna have the entire static UI on my screen. I don't know how long it would take for that to show up, but you know, with how much I play, I'm assuming it's gonna happen eventually. Where did that just save to? Alright, here you gonna watch this while I go build stuff from my computer. Here you go.
Classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and
I think I got everything except my SSD now. No, actually my monitor is not coming for a few days. Where are my PoE2 videos? Oh, there's gotta be some juice. I mean, you can use a Windows license like 12 times or something. Surely my current one still works. Wait, isn't Windows free now? Yeah, what? PoE 2 is a very simple game. I thought that I didn't see the thumbnail, and I thought I saw the video title. I thought it was gonna be the D4 cooking video. Will destroy existing ARPGs. Is his interview? Oh, Johnson? I mean, Jonathan? December 2nd or something? Johnson. Everything you need to know. So if you want to go spells, you go the spellcaster. If you want to hit people, you go the hit caster. If you want to shoot people, you go the shoot. These videos are stupid. Yeah, if you want to use spells, you go the spellcaster. Like, holy shit, who would have thought of that? Holy shit, that's a good thumbnail. Where's that video saying it's easy? Oh, there we go.
The skill trees in Path
Let's check this out.
of Exile are iconically intimidating. Most people look at the sheer size of the tree and are immediately overwhelmed. And Path of Exile 2 will have an even bigger tree that is—
Oh, I was just thinking about that. Let's see. That's pretty good. Just, the text gotta be bright, you know? Like McDonald's arches are big, bright yellow. You see it from a mile away. It can't be like a muted color. Can't be like this, the poop orange that goes in my toilet bowl. Gotta be the bright. If you're using Pixlr, go in the fill section, and then in the gradient section, there's like the orange to yellow thing. That one's a hit with the algorithm. This one, that one right there, that one's a hit. Dude, the cooked's kind of... Where did you get this cooked? Did you just look up cooked?
predecessor, but with some important changes. So let's take a moment to explain how skills will work in Path of Exile 2, how to get them, how to customize them, and how to
Yeah, you could probably make the text a little bigger too.
navigate this massive skill tree. As you begin to explore the world, monsters that you kill will have a chance to drop two very important items: uncut skill gems and uncut support gems. The levels of these gems will scale with the area in which it drops. Unlocking a skill is as simple as clicking into an uncut class.
We already laid an idea in the
First, let's talk meta gems. This system is if you a grenade, or you'd like, how to find the best.
Yeah, I see all these videos that are like, PoE 2 is a simple game. PoE 2 is easier than they think. And then they literally just say things that are true about PoE 1 too. Like, I don't see what makes it so much easier than PoE 1. I really don't see it. Is it just a video farming thing? I mean, I guess it's good if people think that, more people will play.
Combinations. And if you want further options, you can uncheck the show recommended gems and it'll show you every single support gem that can work with that skill. Each skill gem can have up to 5 support gems, the slots for which can be unlocked by using.
Each time you cast a fire spell,
you can use it to upgrade your
armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground.
So now it's time to talk about the passive skill tree. I think everyone who has ever seen this tree was immediately intimidated and afraid to make the wrong choice would ultimately break their character. That was a big issue in Path of Exile 1. A lot of new players would aim to pick up passives that do more damage and didn't find out until it was way too late that they didn't have enough life nodes to be able to survive into higher difficulties. This was compounded by the difficulty to respec, to be able to fix their mistakes since the items that were needed to respec were difficult to obtain, especially while your character was broken. So the Path of Exile 2 skill tree has fixed this in multiple ways. Firstly, they removed the life nodes from the skill tree since it was too generic anyways and every character needs to be able to survive, and so it forced people into like the constitution part of the tree.
Yeah, but now what players are gonna do is just not click life on their gear,
which ultimately limited build diversity, which is not going to be a problem in Path of Exile 2. In addition to that, the respec problem has been fixed. Instead of having to go out and hunt down some rare item to be able to change the nodes on your tree, you can now just spend gold, which can be easily farmed by anybody, even if you have a
yeah, you still have defensive nodes on the tree, it's just not life.
Broken character. So now let's talk about how to navigate. Every time you level up, you'll get 1 point to spend on the tree. And the tree is the same for every class. The only thing that is different is where you start. So basically, they're just going to aim you at the part of the tree that'll most likely benefit your primary class skills. And then you can venture to other parts of the tree to hunt down specific passives to support other unique skill choices, and you can get as creative as you like. Or you can just follow a build guide, and I'll bring a bunch of those to the channel, so make sure you subscribe, and why don't you hit that like button while you're at it. But the tree is split into themed sections. You can actually just look at the shapes of the section, and you get a pretty quick visual cue on what might be in that section. For example, the ice section looks like a snowflake, and the lightning section looks like a lightning bolt. There are 4 types of nodes on the tree. The first are travel nodes, which connect to the different sections of the tree. These will grant you access down in large
Giant's blood. Challenge, they can be very rewarding.
And now, one final, very important thing.
Blockbuster.
Each weapon that can be in.
Yeah, I don't know. All these videos that are saying like don't be scared of PoE 2 or whatever, it's a lot simpler. And then the entire video is just showing all pretty much systems that are in PoE 1. I bet this one down here does it too.
What is up, everyone? Guys, listen up. In today's video, I want to talk about Path of Exile 2, which is PoE2 as well. They are much more simplified and way as you are in the first game.
Holy shit, what is this?
This is more of a technical.
Why do people... Come on, stop putting random music in your video.
Have you or a friend been turned off of Path of Exile because you saw this and you thought, nah, I'm good? Or maybe you're like me and you've put hundreds of hours into the game and you still don't know what you're doing. Well, Path of Exile 2 is here to fix that. And here's why. While Path of Exile 2's passive tree may look massive, it's static and consistent. Meaning
so is
there are all
the starting points change based on what, like if you choose Witch or Sork, the starting areas are going to be a little different. If anything, that's harder.
meaning you can learn to master it over time. Now compare that to Diablo 4's Paragon boards, where not only do you have to choose a board, but you also need to rotate it like a puzzle piece to align.
Is he saying default? What?
Nodes, adding a whole other layer of confusion for new players.
What? No. Oh. Oh my god.
In PoE 2, the passive tree has been reworked to offer better starter nodes, reducing the chance of accidentally ruining your build on day one. And the attribute highways let you pick stats you actually want instead of wandering aimlessly down nodes you don't need. And you can now sell items for gold, which can be used for respecs. In Path of Exile 1, you could get to a point where you messed up your build so much that you just had to restart your character. Now part of the PoE 2 class system is Ascendancies. There's going to be 6 classes in early access and 12 on release, and there's going to be 2 Ascendancies in early access and 3 on release. And Grinding Gear Games is offering 3 different ways to ascend. This lets you progress in your way. If you happen to be someone who's terrible at traps, you can just avoid the option that gives you traps. And Ascendancies have been simplified, so they're not locked into specific weapons. This gives you the freedom to build in a less restrictive and more creative way.
What?
Traps, you can just avoid the option that gives you traps. And Ascendancies have been simplified, so they're not locked into specific weapons. This gives you the freedom.
Well, what is he talking about? Yeah, that's pretty good. I like the fake fire though. Just overlay the fire cooked over this cooked. The first cooked was too good to get rid of. Just like overlay it on top of this. Or I guess delete the cooked and put the cooked. Looking at random what videos? I don't know, I'm just clicking, so yeah, I guess.
Freedom to build in a less restrictive and more creative way. Also, fair warning, Ascendancies cannot be changed in the early access. This may be something they change later, but for now, you're stuck with the choice you take.
Okay, so far from this video, this should be called Path of Exile 2 will be harder than you think. He's only listed ways it's harder. You can't respec your Ascendancy. Actually, no, I guess he said something about the respeccing.
Gems in PoE
nodes in the
PoE 2 are no longer going to be socketed into your gear like PoE 1. Support gems are limited to 1 per character, making it easier to prioritize and manage your build. There are even gem recommendations, so you'll always know which ones to consider for your build. Gems are also not class restricted, which means you can use any gem on any class. Throughout the game, you'll encounter uncut gems. These can be transformed into a specific active, support, or buff gem of your choice. The uncut gems also allow you to increase the level of existing active skill gems. This makes it much easier to adjust your build as you level up. And metagems are used to trigger effects when specific conditions are met. Metagems also consume spirit, which we'll talk about later. Sockets on gear are not going away. Instead, these sockets are now going to hold runes. These runes are going to add mods to your items, which will plug holes in your build. So if you find yourself short on a certain type of resistance, for example, then just equip a rune that gives you resistances, and you'll be able to deconstruct items that have sockets in order to get a material that lets you add sockets to other pieces. There's also jewels, which is simplified a lot from PoE 1 as well. Now you can come across them naturally as you move through the passive tree, and they're a lot less confusing overall.
What do you mean? What do you mean less confusing? And then you put a magic jewel in there that has more complex stats than any magic jewel has in PoE 1. I mean, not that they're confusing in PoE 1 either, but...
Passive tree, and they're a lot less confusing overall.
That single jewel, right? That one magic jewel was more complex than any magic or rare jewel in PoE 1.
Skills can now also be assigned to weapon slots. This will make it to where you automatically change weapons as you use a skill. This makes multi-weapon builds seamless and adds a ton of flexibility. You even get some flex points for the passive tree, so that you can put points into weapon-specific nodes.
That is fucking more complicated than PoE 1.
And these will also change when your weapon changes. And if it benefits you for some reason, you can always manually swap your weapon as well. Now, people would say crafting in PoE 1 was very complicated, and I tend to agree. You basically needed a flowchart to understand it. But in PoE 2, you're no longer stuck in a crafting loop hell. Crafting is now a straight line, which not only simplifies the process, but seems to make gear upgrades more common in general. You'll also be able to get something called Essence, which allows adding guaranteed mods to items. This makes finding the right stats even easier.
I mean, okay, this part's right. Crafting will be easier at the start. That finally, 3.5 minutes in, something makes sense.
Now, one of the most awkward but interesting things from Path of Exile 1 was that there was hidden vendor recipes, and there was no way to know about these unless you accidentally came upon them, or you checked a wiki. In PoE 2, recipes are tied to specific in-game vendors, eliminating the guesswork and frustration. Both Disenchanting and the Salvage Bench give you currency resources. These features...
Bro, there's still vendor recipes.
simplify vendor recipes, turning a previously confusing system into something intuitive. And selling...
I swear to God, Jonathan said on some podcast like 2 days ago that there's still some recipes. Or something like it.
Items for gold opens up even more possibilities. Not only can you use the gold for respecs, but you can also buy vendor gear tailored
like
to your level, or you can use it to gamble for an item you're missing.
There is no more.
Currency such as
it's kind of lame. I like them. They're cool.
Transmutation and exalted orbs is much easier to find now. This lowers the barrier to crafting and trading. The currency exchange system was introduced in a recent PoE 1 league, and it's being carried over to PoE 2. This makes trading for common items smooth and headache-free. Gold is also doing a lot of heavy lifting, so you shouldn't be hurting on currency nearly as much as you would in PoE 1. Unlike maps from PoE 1, the Atlas provides a visual display to see what you're doing in the endgame. It's been streamlined and separated into multiple different activity types. You now have more control over the content difficulty and type of content you want to play.
No, you have less control. You have less control!
Want to skip a tough boss? Their locations are clearly marked so you can easily avoid them. And the
Bro, you control literally like down to the number of monsters in your map in PoE 1.
Passive
you have such precise control over your maps.
Tree has been cleaned up as well.
And this one you're like, yeah, you gotta go through this map if you want to get there.
In PoE 1, if you wanted to go towards a certain type of content, you had to respec
you can't even choose the map you want to do.
Your Atlas tree. Now there's one main passive area that has general benefits, and each specific type of endgame content has its own little passive tree to keep it separate. This removes a ton of confusion, and also allows you to play a variety of content. Waystone crafting, Atlas passives, and tablets allow you to adjust the content difficulty to your liking, creating a personalized endgame experience. And towers allow you to see where you're going so that you can avoid the content you don't like. There are also fun bonus areas in the Atlas that reward players with extra XP or loot, meaning progression is not always tied to killing the biggest, baddest enemy. So that you can avoid the content you don't like. There are also fun bonus areas in the Atlas that reward players with extra XP or loot, meaning progression is not always tied to killing the biggest, baddest enemy. Speaking of the biggest, baddest enemies, enemy attacks in PoE 2 are well telegraphed, giving you a fair chance to learn their patterns and play accordingly. Not get one shot off screen. And yes,
Dear God. No, this vid's for people who want a bunch of incorrect information that makes no sense.
I'm talking about you, Diablo 4 corpse bows. Rare mobs have been...
Oh.
Attacks in PoE 2 are well telegraphed, giving you a fair chance to learn their patterns and play accordingly. Not get one shot off screen.
Yeah, I mean, also we don't know this. I bet you do get one shot off screen.
And yes,
I thought he was talking about PoE 1.
I'm talking about you,
but I mean,
Diablo 4 corpse bows. Rare mobs have been custom tuned for balance, reducing frustration and improving the overall gameplay flow. Each Diablo 4 corpse bows. Rare mobs have been custom tuned for balance, reducing frustration and improving the overall gameplay flow. Each rare mob will
I'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Default modifier that will make the enemy more fun. Then on top of that, it gets additional random modifiers. But Grinding Gear Games is making sure it's not a problem by removing certain modifiers from enemies where it's problematic. So it'll be much less likely to run into a broken enemy that you can't kill. And if you happen to get stuck at any point, you can look for icons on the world map to direct you to side content so you can become stronger before trying again.
You could do that in PoE 1.
Now this is one I personally love. You'll no longer need to keep track of multiple flasks and instead will just have your health and mana flask. This comes with a new system called Charms that act as a defense against certain effects such as freeze. This
I wonder what flasks do in PoE 1.
allows you to effectively negate things that are a problem for you. And there's even
I wonder what flasks do in PoE 1.
passives built into the game that affect charms specifically. There's also some nice quality of life features, such as items having tiers before you identify them. Now you can have a better idea of what tier of affixes you're going to be getting on the item. Path of Exile 2 is introducing the Spirit resource, which takes the strain off of mana management. Sometimes in Path of Exile 1, you'd have almost no mana to work with, and it was much more difficult to figure out what you needed to do. So now, instead of mana, you'll use Spirit to maintain things like auras, minions, and metagems. Hate being stuck skipping the same cutscenes over and over? Not anymore. PoE 2 doesn't lock you into annoying cutscenes, allowing you more time to actually play the game. PoE 2 also offers WASD controls as well as click and move controls, catering to all playstyles. There's also been an increased emphasis on giving items that are actually going to progress your character, instead of a bunch of junk. Between this and the crafting system, you shouldn't need nearly as much loot filtering in order to feel comfortable in the game. It's easy to tell that Grinding Gear Games respect their players because they aren't abandoning PoE 1.
Alright. Well, I don't want to hear the good points, I want to hear the bad points. I'm not looking for good points. That's not fun. Oh yeah. That's looking good now. That's a good one, Compart. That's a good one. Oh, I like the cooked. Pretty good. Farm my outrage. Or outrage? What do you mean outrage? I'm just stalling. What else am I gonna do for a week? This is all I have left. Thanks for the 45-year resub, Roquan.
Ritual. Now the first First thing that you're probably asking is, what is a ritual? Now, ritual altars.
Yeah, where's the Dream Core video? The Immortal Ascendancies were. Oh, I thought it's ranked.
There are all sorts of things to discover.
Beginning with
Are any of these actually new?
Considering that's Theory 2.
Don't we know, like... Well, that might be different, actually. What is it? 75 is... I don't think that's new. I don't think this is anything new. We knew most of these we already knew, I think. Stun threshold is doubled, cannot dodge roll. I think Spirit's a thing you can get multiple places. Yeah, I think I don't think any of these are new. I think we knew most of these. Yeah. Pretty sure there's nothing new here. Maybe that is. Unlimited number of summoned totems. Totems reserve 100 spirit each. Okay, that one's pretty cool, actually. I mean, I don't mind game tourists if they actually do like a modicum of research and don't just lie to their viewers, you know? But, you know, that takes way longer than just spitting out some garbage. You'll get the key eventually. You're still weak. Making shorts in his car. I kind of want to... I'm tempted to make like a new YouTube account, just a meme, and make like some dog shit PoE2 videos and see how many views I get. I think that would be kind of fun. Yeah, just upload shit like this. Deep fry the thumbnail. Reduce the quality of the video. And then just put 4K in the title and then you get 300,000 views. That sounds like a good deal. $8K is better. All right, I'm approaching the bottom of the barrel again. Easier builds.
Build complexity.
Yeah, but if I slurp on you, then I'll get some like real garbage where they don't even.
It's
like not barely even a video.
Always something that you deal with when you're playing any kind of ARPG. But in Path of Exile 2, there are tons of ways that you can, from say maybe the Ranger up here to the Templar, using either this red route or this blue route. Just very, very succinctly, very easy. You don't have to worry about as much stuff. Is representative.
You saying?
And going about this is a lot easier. It's easier to navigate. The naming conventions a lot easier. Understanding it is a lot faster. And just to kind of show you the information.
Why is understanding it faster?
Here that we use in that video, the tree is divided up pretty much by general passives, more focused passives, and then highly specialized passives in that kind of ring around. And each one of these white rings is representative of a attribute highway, which allows you to traverse the passive tree a lot easier. And so that way you can go from say maybe the Ranger up here to the Templar using either this red route or this blue route. Just very, very succinctly, very easy. You don't have to worry about as much stuff. And it's just not as much of a pain in the ass. I go ahead and, yeah, there we go. You can see that. Now, another big portion of this is the way that your weapon specializations are going to work. Your weapon sets are going to allow you to have additional passives. So for example here, if my passive tree is set this
Yeah, I don't necessarily advise doing that yet.
way, one weapon set can have up to 20 additional passive skills added into your total passives, and it swaps with each swap of the weapon set. So your build complexity becomes a lot more malleable, a lot easier, because you can swap up your build a little bit based off.
I don't understand this. Isn't that harder? You have more choices to make.
Of the weapon you're using, and all of your skills come from your weapon, not from your character class. Ascendancies will be a whole different traversal of that, but basically if I have weapon set 1, that gives me these passives right here, but I'm going to swap over to weapon set 2. That's going to turn on these passives, and then just swapping them back and forth turns those passives on and off, and not that one.
But how is it more approachable? It's just harder.
So that's the down and dirty of.
Choices are obvious, though, when it comes to weapon tree. Well, I'd say choices are obvious when it comes to the PoE1 tree, too.
How the passive tree works. That is
You're an axe build, you click the nodes with axe damage.
Going to allow us to have a ton
It's
of
the same
more
shit.
Complexity with a lot more of an ease of access, a lot less of a headache trying to navigate all these different nodes. We have passive nodes, we have notable passive nodes, we have our keystones, and then jewels, and that's it. It's pretty straightforward. So let's now go into our skills and how those all operate. So the gem cutting portion and skills in Path of Exile 2 are going to be pretty awesome and pretty accessible. Some things will be elemental bound or at least grouped together, like Inferno. Those are linked to the mace. Want this thing to be broken versus, hey, here's a unique and this unique is broken. Use this unique with this build. It's more about crafting the legendary unique that you want to have a very specific focus in that creating broken stuff with elemental whenever they release druids and that stuff through whatever primal has and what have you. Or maybe we want to be a Templar and do stuff with elemental magic as well. Whatever the situation is, it can be created for you. And they've already said that they want the game to have a far more accessible amount of classes. And yeah, sure, broken stuff is going to exist within the game, but they've really showed us through how you can craft legendary weapons and items and stuff like that and add modifications, that creating broken stuff is far more of a dealer's choice. Like, how do you want this thing to be broken versus, hey, here's a unique and this unique is broken. Use this unique with this build. It's more about crafting the legendary unique that you want to have a very specific focus in the way you want, because that's the build you've made. So making a broken build is really down to how nuanced do you want to get versus, hey, this is the flavor of the month. These 5 builds are king right now. Just use the S tier builds, which I think is very cool. It will always digress to that because people will always use build guide.
I don't even have to say anything about that one. Hey, thanks for the T1 beef, Tim. Big YouTube membership.
And what have you, but it looks like this time around, our build complexity can link to however complex we want it to be. And
yeah, why can't you? What? That's nothing. I don't know. Is this guy a D4 player? I think so.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Nope. He is an everything player.
However broken we want to go with it. Yeah.
What?
Do you want to jump all the way into the hardest content, making the hardest thing, the best things, with the sweatiest stuff, the most elite, blah, blah, blah? You can do that. Or you can make a very
of course,
viable build by approaching the game however you want without having to jump that hard in the paint. And that brings us over to this screen, which is PoE2skills.com, which allows us to basically kind of take everything you see here with a grain of salt. None of this is concrete detail you about what to play, what's good, what's not. It doesn't matter, and nothing anyone says about what's good right now is even going to hold water once the game launches into early access on the 6th, because everything is
there we go. Finally, a good sentence.
Purely conjecture. And even when it does launch, play the hell however the hell you want, because it's early access and you get to have fun. It's none of it's concrete. It's never going to last forever. And then once you learn the game, make a broken build, follow a build guide. And there's nothing wrong with following a build guide to begin with. But my point here is answer skills. You choose, what the hell is that other game that is really good? Last Epoch. You pretty much are locked into whatever that character has to offer. This time around, you've chosen a witch because you want to take advantage of Infernalist, or you want to take advantage of Blood Mage, the 2 ascendancies, which we're about to go into. And then I'm going to fill in whatever spells I want or skills that I want off of the weapons I want to use on the passive tree I want to go about. So while everything seems so intimidating, oh my God, there's so many options, it's actually very focused in however you want to approach it versus being focused across a whole realm of possibilities within a very...
He's just saying words. This is some word salad. I have no idea what he's saying.
Finite scope. So for our ascendancy classes, we have 6 classes launches on the 6th. Because right now we don't really know what these do outside of little teasers. By the time we get up to it, we'll have more the work, right? You have at the base your decision for a class. Let's just say I'm going to go with eventual 3rd ascendancy for each class. So at launch, we'll have 12 classes with 3 ascendancies each. Culminating all this together, we have the conclusion of our video. And it's really much down to understanding how all this is going to work, right? You have at the base your decision for a class. Let's just say I'm going to go Ranger. Then I'm going to have to decide what kind of character I want on this Ranger. Do I want to focus on bow skills? Do I want to use bows and one-handed swords? Whatever the situation is, I'm going to create 2 separate weapon sets for this character. Those weapon sets are going to grant me 20 additional passive points.
Okay, guys, so what you do is first you click the class you want to play, and then what you do is you click the skills you want to play, and then you know what happens. You're playing the skills and build you want to play.
Per weapon set that are
Have you ever thought of that?
Unique to that weapon set. So now those passive points are going to activate when that weapon set is activated. So using my bow and arrow is going to give me the 20 that I have selected for the bow and arrow. When I switch over to the sword, it's going to give me the 20 I have activated for the sword. And then I'm going to tap into all of the skills that are accessible by those 2 weapons or whatever situation I'm going to go with. And this all comes together with the ascendancy class, which is then going to fine tune the direction I'm taking with my skills. If we want to use the other comparison I used earlier, Maybe I start as a warrior and use a lot of witch abilities, go into the witch portions of the passive tree to get a lot of stuff towards my minions, but then I end up going with a heavy damage dealing ascendancy of the warrior to pull in more personal damage outside of minion damage with my builds. Or maybe I go start with a witch and focus on a lot of the warrior passives and all of the warrior skills to give me personal damage, and then go with the ascendancy of Infernalist to really send my character to the next level and summon up demons.
Okay, but none of this has to do with why it's easier.
Stuff like that on top of my undead. Whatever the situation is, you have the choice to go about it however you want. So hopefully this video clears up a lot of the excitement, but also clears up a lot of the confusion that you might have about
I am more
confused how am I going to approach the best class? What's the best weapon skills to use? Again, none of us know any of that. Anyone who says they do, they don't have access to the game, so they're lying. But primarily what it comes down to is just choosing what you want, going about it however you feel is the right way, and then figuring it out towards the end. Because we're going to have more build guides and stuff like that in 1, 2, 3 months outside of the
Well, what does this have to do with why is it easier?
It's worth noting how many of your plans are going to get foiled 2-3 weeks into early access when they decide to change passive trees around, add in another class, changing the way that some of this interaction works, more ascendancies, all of these things. I think a lot of analysis paralysis exists in video games in the industry right now, and that's fine. I mean, I'm riddled with it. But I think that analysis paralysis creates a failure to launch. And all you need to do is sit down and play, and you'll find out what
Analysis paralysis creates a failure to launch.
you like faster than simply reading and trying to make the right decision ahead of time. There's no wasted time in a video game where you're having fun. Just, especially a game like a hack and slash action RPG, smash your face against a bunch of things and decide what you do and don't like about how you're smashing your face against them, and pick a new weapon to do the same thing over and over. It's half the fun of the experience. But if you have any takes
I want to know why it's easier
about build complexity, anything that you want to share in the comment section below.
No, I don't. I want to know why it's easier. I want to know what I wanted the timestamp. There's a lot of words. Read something about that, make some more drama? No. I would never. No, new announcements, but sure, it's Friday here, so there's gotta be some kind of teaser, right? There's gotta be some kind of teaser. Surely. Hmm. Gotta fix this thing up a little bit more. This is art. Yeah, thumbnail for the latest content farm video. What do you think a good title for this is? You think that's good? Diablo like cooking. Yeah, the keystone thing didn't have anything new, I don't think. Yeah, this guy blocked me on Twitter and I've never even interacted with him. I imagine there's gonna probably be a pretty steep player drop off because I mean it's still PoE, you know? I mean it's still gonna be really hard. Fish? Yeah, I guess. I wanna thanks for the gift sub to Strike. Well, I wanna get like commission somebody to make like a pixel art of me fishing or something. Maybe like a little animation. And then for like be right back screens. And then make the fishing big and whatever. There you go. There's the fish. A clerk job. Does clerk do that? You mean Carrick? Diablo 4 players will hate PoE2. This is gonna be like a Frosty Lou video, but
for players. I'm here to warn you about a game so terrifying, so puzzling, so brutally difficult that will make you cry for a precious world of Sanctuary.
Entering the long week ahead.
About Path of Exile 2. I mean, why would you even consider playing this? And leave everything you love about Diablo 4. Path of Exile 2 is basically the opposite. So buckle up, because today we are going to go over all the reasons you got your nice, neat skills tree, right? You pick up a few abilities, maybe swap out a legend.
My god, D4 looks so fucking shit compared to
legendary aspect or
PoE2.
two.
It's so foggy and blotchy.
And boom, you have got a build. Simple,
and
clean, manageable.
Gray.
But Path of Exile 2, oh no, they don't believe in simplicity. Instead, they give you a massive passive skill tree that looks like someone spilled spaghetti on your screen, surviving that fireball to the face. It's almost like they expect you to earn your victories. How rude. You know what is nice about Diablo 4? You get
Dude, DM is farming. 34-minute video, 182k views on a 15-second teaser. Dude's popping off. Just AI generate that, or just find a random picture that's just brown hair and glasses. Although it's looking like a witch hunter, maybe blood mage angle. The thing I'm concerned about blood mage is bossing, because you're not gonna get the health pickup things on a boss. Although, if this combo works, if you can do CIEB monk, I'm so playing that. I really hope this works. I mean, there's nothing that indicates it shouldn't work. Dude, 1 HP meme dream build. It's gonna be good. Monk seems really fun. I don't know. CI looks like it'll be really good too. So that's kind of another reason I am leaning away from Blood Witch. I think CI is gonna be good. Base, there was, there is, hold on. I've got it somewhere. Here. It's pretty high on gear. It's pretty good. If this had like flat, it would be at like 400 or something, right? Probably at 400, 500. It's pretty high. Yeah, that's max HP for Blood Mage. The percent? You mean like on nodes? The nodes are super strong. And there's like not many life nodes on the tree, but there's a ton of ES nodes. Yes, max all res. 40% ES. ES evasion. %. Where's the 60% one? Oh, there we go. 60%. Yeah. And then there's the trickster nodes too, so maybe the trickster stuff will be good as well if you can get like a big evasion base or something. I don't know. It definitely looks like to me, with the limited info so far. It looks like either ES or mom builds are going to be the best. And I think ES is probably a safer bet. Because mom, we don't know what leech is going to be like. Blood magic keystone, does it simply remove the mana cost? Maybe? I think blood, where is blood magic? Is it in a good spot? The wrong one.
There are all sorts of things.
And like warrior area, yeah, that's what I figured. So, I don't know, a little out of the way, but you might be able to get there. Imagine melee is garbage. I mean, possible. I mean, it's definitely going to be harder to play. Melee is always going to be harder to play than range. I need to address the allegations about my PoE 2 content video coming soon.
All Path of Exile's Talk to Try here, and we are 1 week out from Path of is the monk. Finally, I need to talk about myself a little bit and how other content creators or people in the community seem to view me. They view me as too positive, toxically positive at times. They see me as too over-complimentary toward the developers. They see me as fake. They see me as clickbaity. Now, I see this sentiment in many different places, and I see some content creators leaning into this persona of mine. And I'd like to address it. I make Path of Exile 2 content purely as a hobby. 1.5 years ago, I played Path of Exile as a hobby. 1.5 years later, I got to interview the game director on Path of Exile 2 and one of the Grinding Gear Games co-founders as a hobby. That's shocking. I'm so humbled by all the support from all of you and the people who are saying
I think
I'm
I have
just
too
too
many
positive
tabs
about the
open.
game and I'm over complimentary. I wouldn't be making content if I did not thoroughly enjoy the game. I would not get off work after working for 10 to 12 hours in the day, after playing with my daughters for a few hours, after spending time with my wife, after working out, after cleaning the house. I would not sit down at this computer and make content or play a game that I didn't enjoy. My content is not going to be hateful content. It's not going to be content bashing the game. Sure, I will critique the game when I think it needs to be critiqued, as I've done in the past. I did not like Path of Exile 2 the first time I played it. I did not sugarcoat it. I did not glaze it then. I had some pretty strong words, and you know what they did? They took my feedback and they implemented the changes, and it felt so much better the second time I played it. And every single time I've seen it since then, it has been better and better and better. So I am so excited about this game. And I want to share that with all of you. That's what I'm going to do on this channel. That's what this channel is going to be. It's not going to be a hate channel. It's not going to be a debunk channel. We're not going to be talking about how bad the game is and how, oh, I wish the game would be bad and I should just play this other game. No. If I don't like Path of Exile 2, I'm so sorry, you guys. But you're not going to see any videos from me. You're not. Good thing I am almost 100% sure I am going to like Path of Exile 2. Next up, I'm clickbait. And I see this a lot over social media. I'm not. People who say that are just upset that my videos are
I don't know. I hate this thing about clickbait. Like, I don't know. People who get mad about clickbait just don't understand that, like, this is how YouTube works. Clickbait's not the issue with, like, clickbait. The problem is the people who click it. If you don't make a clickbait thing, nobody clicks it. You have to make it. But I don't know. I mean, some of his videos I've seen, he does describe things as probably bigger than they really are. But I mean, everybody does that once in a while.
are very entertaining to people and they like my videos. My thumbnails are...
But people, like, don't understand clickbait. People will say, like, a flashy thumbnail is clickbait, but it's not really bait because you're not getting, like, baited or incorrect info necessarily. Like, if it's like, you know, like this video with 1 million people, big bright letters, you know, huge poggy face, like, that's not clickbait, right? It's not like it's misleading. Like the Rage Gaming guys, that's clickbait. It's actually misleading.
Bombastic. My titles are bombastic and flamboyant, but my videos are exactly what the titles and the thumbs say. I do not lie to all of you. I try to give you the best information in the best format I think possible, what I can accomplish. And people who say I put out like bait builds and the like, man, I am not a good build creator. I have never claimed to be a good build creator or guide maker. It's something that I love to try to do, but I am not going to lie to all of you. I'm going to make some busted builds. And by busted, I mean they will not actually function. They probably will not
make videos like this fun and upload. I mean, if I thought it would get a lot of views, I would, but
not get you to Endgame. And
I don't know. This is all every new creator goes through this phase. Like the first like year or two that people are new creators. I mean, I never did it because it's not me, but every new creator goes through this phase of feeling like they have to respond to people who don't like them. Like, people are gonna hate you no matter what. Like, I don't know. They're not worth the attention.
And you know, I'm just gonna share that.
People don't like you? Oh, boo-hoo. Thanks for the T1 sub, Mr. Near.
With you. Because the big thing that I care about more than everything else, something that I think people really don't like about me, is that I play the game and I make content primarily because it's fun, because I enjoy it. That's who I am as a person. I like to have fun, play the game, and about more than everything else. Something that I think people really don't like about me is that I play the game and I make content primarily because it's fun.
Yeah, I don't what?
Because I enjoy it. That's who I am as a person. I like to have fun.
I think most PoE creators enjoy the game. Do they not see us pog out every...
like to be loud. I like to be very enthusiastic about everything. Yes, everything that has come because of this is an excellent positive. This is turning into...
It's just because he's too positive. That's why people don't like him.
something I might be able to do full time one day because all of...
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I've seen him post this kind of thing a few times. And I mean, if it gets him views, I mean, if he's doing it for views, respect. But if he actually cares, like, I don't know, this is part of being a content creator.
If you enjoy my content,
every single creator has people that'll shit on you
so much, and I love it. But I needed all of you to know that I'm not going to change. I understand that some people think they can dunk on me to all of their viewers and audiences and say, you can't take that guy seriously. He's totally lying. He's grifting. He's just liking the devs. No, I like the developers and I like the game because I have fun doing it, because I like it. It's not an act. Like I said a few minutes ago, I would not come and do this if it was a slog at all. And if it ever becomes a slog, all of you will be the first to know, because I'll go pretty darn quiet. This will not be a talkative channel if I start to dislike Path of Exile 2 or Path of Exile.
I don't know. There's always like a 1 to 2 year period of newer content creators where they care way too much about what people say. Yeah, his interview is pretty good, actually. I don't know. I don't know if he's actually upset or if he's just doing it for views. I mean, it could be both. I don't know. If he's actually upset, then I don't know. He better get used to it. It's just gonna be more people over time than less. But I don't know if it's for views. Rock on. What do we got? I think I'm approaching the bottom of the barrel for today. This week, no, that's 2. Last hour. Should you play the witch? 7. I mean, I get like a solid 4 hours of content to react to every day. That's not bad. I'm 4 hours every day is like pretty okay. How long will I play day 1? I don't know. Long time. this could be a good one. Path of Exile 2 Ultimate Guide to Immediate Success. Holy shit, this could be what I'm looking for. This could be what I'm looking for right here. No views. That's what you want to see when you're looking for a video. That's what I'm looking for. This is going to be good. This is the kind of video I'm looking for.
Go through everything you need to know to hit the skill gems.
Why do they put music in the video?
Diving into the passive.
Of course I clicked it. But I can't watch it because they put stupid music in the video. Okay, wait, I can just read it, okay. Preparation, research weapon types. Okay. Clickbait, I'm part of the problem? I don't mind clickbait shit, dude. I think it's funny. I mean, I don't know. I like making shitty thumbnails. I think it's fun making shitty thumbnails. I mean, look at this, dude. That is huge. It's an art. Historians in 1,000 years are going to see these thumbnails. And they're going to think it's they're going to think this is some kind of religious ritual in 1,000 years. The last remnants of the internet of 2024 being discovered. Thanks for the gifts of Anonymous. Find class for your playstyle. If I see one more fucking video that tells people, yeah, if you want to play spells, you go to spell class. If you want to play the hit things build, you go to the hit things build. Like, can people really not figure this out? Yeah, if you want to do spells, you go the sorcerer. What do sorcerers do? They cast spells. So you click sorcerer. Research currency mechanics. Track pricing trends. What the fuck do you mean, track pricing trends? Game's not out. Set up for efficiency. Okay, this is a good one. This is the best tip so far. Ensure installation. Make sure you have the game installed. Okay, now, yeah, that's what I'm looking for here. Test keybind setups. What? Subscribe, yes. Here, this is actually the best one. Here's actually the best one. Interact to learn. What? What's fucking Walmart? What is happening? What is happening? What is this? Why were they at Walmart? Insane new boss. Oh my god, this is this. That is huge. So the audio's just been channeled through a tin can. Now, where are the Subway surfers? Come on. Come on. Why did it reset my things? Epic GFL montages. Dude, they're all shorts. Nobody watches PoE shorts. Wait, why? There's definitely not the newest ones. 55 minutes ago. Why doesn't it count like older than or younger than an hour? There are shorts on the merch page. The D4 bad shorts. I do have I have two shorts. One is about D4 constantly crashing, where I was talking about it crashing and then the game crashed, and I also have this one. The blue thing, that's Sanic. Four essential PoE 2 tips every gamer needs. There we go.
Second, I will be making sure to get a thawing and staunching charm ASAP to escape the dangers of being frozen or bleeding to death. If you did not know, utility flasks have been replaced by charms, which work trigger. The Sapphire charm activates when you take cold damage, the staunching bleed, and the thawing charm activates can also be rolled like flasks to gain more charges.
Where's the tip? This is just telling me what a charm is.
Don't forget, you can upgrade the amount of charm slots you have by
PoE 1 lore. I want to make a video where I just go over my understanding of PoE 1 lore without looking anything up and just what I know right now and try and explain it. Thanks for the 3-year Prime, Nuva. Oh, this is kind of new, right? What we got here? Is this good?
In Path of Exile 2, you will actually have 3 choices for trials to get your Ascendancy class. The first one to become available is the Trial of the Sycamores, part of the way through Act 2. And I was able to get some hands-on experience with this trial on a mercenary on my recent trip to Grinding Gear Games Studios. Now, for the new exiles joining us, Ascendancies are your subclass, or a prestige class, if you will, and each character, like the mercenary, monk, or witch, has a choice of 3 Ascendancy classes unique to that character. There'll be 2 at the beginning of the beta for each, with a 3rd one being added later on. Ascendancies open up an extra passive tree.
I actually do have to figure out my
with
keybinds
impactful
using
nodes that you can
WASD.
spend 8 points in.
Is it time for me to finally suck it up and get a gamer mouse with side buttons?
These provide a lot of power, but also a major way to flavor and change how your build plays. Like, for example, empowering your witch with blood magic as a blood mage,
petals,
or
yes.
alternatively, demonic fire as an infernalist. But whichever route you go to unlock your ascendancy and to gain the additional passive points to spend in its tree,
I have the
you
back
must
and
first
forth
complete
side
your
button.
choice of Trials of Ascendancy, like the one I'm showcasing here, the Trial of the Sycamores in Act 2.
Thanks for the Prime Evader, man.
In the dark, lots of movement.
Whilst progressing through another quest in Act 2, you'll find yourself climbing through the spider-infested tunnels of the Traitor's Passage, and you may just come across someone who was... It's a good final chance to say some goodbyes and spend some good quality social time with friends and loved ones away from our computer. But the outside... What do they even eat? Grapes? It's all quite frankly too much. Thankfully, there's my sponsor Magic the Gathering and the newest set, Foundations.
Holy, sponsored by Magic? That's pretty sick. He gets good sponsors.
Perfect time for you and a friend to get into the game with a solid foundation. Known in exotic Germany as Grundstein, this volcanoes that last quite a long time. These will end up around the edges of the arena so that you'll have to move in a bit closer to the boss to avoid them. But a well-timed dodge roll can see you through their embers safely, or slipping around behind rattles to easily dodge their slams still. As a very large and slow target, freeze, stuns, and slows and other similar crowd control effects are very useful against Rattle Cage. And you can potentially chain different types of these control effects together fairly effectively. I use a lot of stun and freeze in this. Rattles has a huge life pool to match their size, and they're pretty heavily armored, as well as being resistant to fire and lightning damage. But it is notable that they are vulnerable to cold damage. I'm mostly dealing fire and physical here with just a small amount of high freeze effect cold damage, so while I'm freezing well, I'm not doing a ton of damage here. I didn't really think at the time to go for the armor breaker route here, so Rattles does tank my damage quite well. Stripping their armor or using more cold damage is going to speed things along quite a bit. So take advantage of those things where you can to help the pressure of the area denial that builds up over the course of the fight. As long as you get the pacing of avoiding the large, well-telegraphed slams in the early parts of the fight, most of the fight should be pretty straightforward. However, Rattles does get a little bit angry when their health drops low, and will do a bit.
Looks like they made the dodge roll faster. Maybe that's just because he has move speed or something.
Begin a rain of magma from the ceiling, and these hit pretty hard. So that last 30%.
I don't know how the reloading actually works on
tricky.
Merc.
It'll likely be the greatest challenge on the first floor for some of you. You can go for the quick kill here, just to try and get that dangerous portion over with quickly if you've got a nice little buffer of honor. Or you can be a bit more careful and patient, and that's a viable strategy because it doesn't last forever. Eventually, the magma rain will stop.
I think crossbow gameplay looks pretty good. I mean, it doesn't... You have enough skills. I think they just... I don't know. It looks like they're just reloading over time. Yeah, I think they just reload over time. So, I mean, if you're assuming you're going to be using a lot of skills, it should be okay. You have a ton of skills to use, right?
However you decide to manage it, whether you
I was going to make a joke, but you know what? Never mind.
Take a more careful and slow approach, or whether you try and rush down the boss, as long as you get through the fight with your honor at least partially intact, even just barely, then you can loot the boss, which may include some relics as well, and then enter the final room to claim your prize. Keys that you gathered during the trials.
It's an Act 2 or 3. So... I guess you probably just do this one. Then you have to do a whole Sanctum run though. Or is it just one? It's just one floor. Okay, that's not too bad actually. Well, I guess I'm doing the Sanctum one.
So when beta launches, you can choose to get your Ascendancy either through the Trial of Chaos or the Trial of the Sekimers. So that initial run in any of the three to get your Ascendancy is pretty straightforward, so you can just choose which one. But things get a bit more confusing in how you get your additional one, that's for sure. Long term, I think the allure of well-rolled jewels is going to be a strong motivator for endgame Sekimer farming. Jewels will likely be in demand for basically any build, and the Radius jewels in particular look like they have strong potential.
Why did they make it crossbows and not guns?
Able to somewhat deterministically
I mean, it is a gun, but it's a crossbow, you know?
Through treasure chests as well also looks very promising. Even low-level roll jewelry is probably going to be quite valuable. So I definitely recommend trying your hand at the early levels of the Trial of the Sekimers, because if you find yourself really enjoying it, or that your build is really well suited to it, then you'll have a very attractive option for farming at endgame.
I don't think a gun would look out of place at all. Just don't make it like an AR-15 or something.
And that's just based on the limited look we have at the rewards right now, of course. We'll see how it plays at endgame, but I'm feeling pretty optimistic after my experience with it.
As guns introduce an issue at regional legislation. Same reason COD guns doesn't name their guns after real guns anymore. Wait, what? COD doesn't name the guns after real guns? What? How do they get through that? So they're guns, they just don't have gun names, so they're fine?
I'm certainly interested.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a real gun name.
To see what the pinnacle boss loot looks like and how those rewards scale up. That's all I have for you today, but if you want to see more about my Grenadier Mercenary, I'll be putting together a video on that soon. Spoiler alert, it was a blast! I'm thinking of starting with a build like this, a beta launch, but it's hard to say. We'll see. Anyway.
Yeah, I bet maybe they'll just make a gun MTX skin. I don't know. I still hope the campaign they like spice it up a little, right? I don't know. I don't think they are, but can somebody like at the end of the day, the campaign's gonna be like a good campaign, right? But it's still gonna be a campaign. Like, why doesn't anybody take an actual risk with a campaign? Make it a different system. Make it more replayable somehow. I mean, I don't mind, actually. I don't mind the way it is, but most people do. You know, I don't know. I mean, surely they can think of something. They can think of something to spice it up. Because PoE isn't about the campaign? I mean, it's about the campaign for the first, like, however many hours for everybody. You just say that because PoE 1 campaign is bad. This is something people can't get in their head. They say, ARPG campaigns are bad, so we'll just stop making them. Well, what if they made a good one instead, you know? It'd still be boring after doing it 100 times? Okay, why can you do a strand map 100 times, but not the campaign? Yeah, you can clear a strand map in 1 minute, but you do it 10,000 times, which ends up being longer than the campaign. Like, I don't buy that. You can't make a good campaign. Why not? Yeah, but it's cool. Yeah, but what if the campaign was cool? How would you even improve it? I don't know. Make it more like a roguelike or something? I don't know. You can play Binding of Isaac a million times. I think that'd be a good angle. Or a good start. Make it like roguelike-ish. You can't say the campaign is cool for PoE 1. I don't know where did someone say that? Nobody said that. I don't know, like, why can't you have exciting loot in a campaign? If what D2 did it 25 years ago. Surely that can be iterated on for a modern game. Like with like D2, a 25-year-old game, I get the urge to play the campaign sometimes. I don't get that with any other ARPG. Autumn sale. What? All right. I think I've got pretty much everything now. Yep. I think that was pretty much all the videos. Get rid of these. Oh, yes. Here we go. Wait. Okay, found the big one.
There's only 8 days left before Path of Exile 2
Get
starts.
rid of these PoE channels from your feed. Yes.
But there's one thing you
I
need
hope I'm in this
to do
video.
right now is to block certain YouTube channels. So
BB girls?
what you will need is channel blocker. All you gotta do is go to your search origin and type in YouTube channel blocker. And if you're on Chrome or Opera, you just use this. You add it to your browser. Boom, done. Sorry for the screen. So the thing is here, all you gotta do now, go type in any name. Talkative Tree is the #1 guy you need to block straight away. The plugin is not loading, so we just
YouTube already has a button you can just hide channels.
reload the page, and it's here. All you gotta do is press on this X, and this guy is gone. He's gone. You will never see him anywhere. He will never appear anywhere.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you can just do that on YouTube.
And then all you gotta do is just add a couple more of these guys, and it's over.
Oh, wait, what's in there, dude? I don't recognize like any of these. Captain Lance 9. Oh my god. D4 guy. I think this guy had some thing. I don't know. I recognize the name. Max roll GG. I'm not in there. Why would you want to block PoE2 channels? Thanks, we'll use it on this channel too. Holy, he really doesn't like him. That's hilarious. Alright.
boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're
It's
having
the damn games. Oh, I missed it. Where is it? Where is it? But how'd I do on the last one? Healers and Ravens. Tier list of YouTube channels you should block. Dude, I wish I wasn't such a nice person. I'm just too nice. I can't bring myself to make a video like that saying like a who to block tier list. I'm too nice.
trouble getting past a boss,
Okay,
it might be a good
I'll be right
idea to
back.
explore and see what you can find.
And then I know
For
what
example,
I'm gonna do.
if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses.
Dude,
You can
I'm
find the
so
first one
nice.
here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now, we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones.
Yeah,
These will allow you to increase the quality of your
these
items for up to
sentences.
20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your
Alrighty. Good content haul today. Good content haul. Solid. It's the weekend, so hopefully we get a good amount this week.